Your team. That's what's going to happen. I'm going to play World of Warcraft. Not going to be controversial in any way. Too much controversy yesterday. None of that today. It's not happening. Controversy is banned. Although I did a lot of reflecting. You give it 10 minutes. What happened? Oh, it's just people being sad, upset, unhappy. I did reflect, and I do know. I realized why it upset me. There are a lot of people with a lot of struggles in the world, and I think it's very important to recognize those. But I don't think that you support your own struggles by mocking others, and I don't think you lift yourself up by pushing other people down. And I think there's been a bit of a global shift recently where it's not important enough to point out that you are struggling. It's necessary and almost needed to point out how others have advantages you don't. And this turns it from positive support into bitter envy. Does that make sense? We had a lot of people yesterday basically saying that certain demographics have life a lot easier. And I'm like, yeah, the biggest one being economic power. But I think that unfortunately what it can do is it can kind of twist into, it's not just, hey, I have struggles and need help. It's, I have struggles and need help and also must dislike this other group because they don't have them. I don't want that. I don't want to do that. You're excited for the Friday Deep Conversation? It is indeed Friday. It's Friday, it's chilled out. I'm learning how to tank. That's what I'm learning. I'm learning how to make all these numbers go up and keep the damage on me and ideally just not die, you know? That's the plan. It's 5 minutes into a Friday stream. 5 minutes. It's only going to go downhill from here. Are you going to do raids at least once to try? Yeah. Yeah, obviously. Wait, he's using a shield. It's a miracle. I have an entire invisible hotbar of skills I'm using that you can't see. Might even just start putting that hotbar on the screen so people can see it more. Right, one more I think of you to kill, then I'm done with this quest. Weekend's around the corner, guys. What are you up to for it? What's the plans? Come here, you cheeky little chap. You're playing some World of Warcraft. Of course you're all playing some World of Warcraft. What else would you be doing? Same as every day. Same thing we do every night, Pinky. Try to take over the world. There's a Riftbound event in your area. Oh, very nice. Not playing it because I don't want to pay a sub. Eds, that's totally understandable. I would say that the sub that you pay in order to play this game is a reasonable sub for the amount of game that you get, but you can only really judge what's reasonable for you. Some people have more money, some people have less, some people think £15 a month is fair, some people think it isn't. It's up to you. It's whatever you would spend the money on. It's how long you're going to play it for as well. I would say that if you believe that you're getting more than $15 worth of enjoyment out of it, then go for it. If you are not getting more than $15 of enjoyment out of it, don't. That's pretty much it. Right, one more slaver for you. We'll get you down. Nope. A couple of you cheeky little chaps. I mean, $15 to some people is a lot of money. That's the difference between eating food and not eating food for the week. And if that's a choice you've got to make, obviously pick food. But I also think that for the amount of hours that you can get from WoW, $15 does seem to be a reasonable price for it. The problem with a sub is, of course, what you then psychologically do is you play a lot longer than you should do in order to justify why you've got it. You'll say to yourself, well, I'm going to play because I need to play more. If I don't play more, I'm wasting my money. We've all felt that before. Right, where is this spyglass? There's meant to be a spyglass item. But I can't seem to find where it is. Right, spyglass. Find and return the spyglass. They were stolen by Dark Iron Dwarves. A blacksmithing tool. Look at spyglass is... The following items have been stolen. Where are they meant to be? Because I would get the slag plate leggings, which I think are pretty good. Made me laugh earlier, guys, because I'm in a place now called the Slag Pit, and everyone knew you. Oh, there we go. The insults are kicking in thick and fast straight away. Pretty sure the Slag Pit's just what you call a nightclub in the UK. It's on the surface, if memory serves. I'll see what I can try and find. See what I can get. Oh, by the way, I hit level 47. If we can get to level 48, I can start tanking Zul'Farrak. John, I don't appreciate that you just wrote the word clunge pit. That takes me back to the mid-2000s, and I don't like that. That makes me very sad. Do you want to go to the clunge pit? Oh, God. Why can't you tank it now? I could try, but I think I would die. And I don't wish to die. You're listening and cleaning surgery on Tuesday. Wish you luck. Wish you luck for the surgery? Like, are you doing it? Are you the surgeon? You shouldn't need me to wish you luck. I'd be scared if you need me to wish you luck for the surgery you are doing. Oh, you're having surgery done to you. Heal? Nah, I don't need to, mate. That priest got me. Blessing of kings for you, good priest. Right, let's keep going. There are too many dwarves down here. I don't like this. Need to escape this area. What does the suffix adin mean? Means I'm a paladin. That's pretty much exactly what it means. Right, so this is a smithing supply thing. But, like, who's got it? Is there a character that's meant to have it? Is there an enemy that's meant to have it? Maybe I just never do this quest. That's it. Thank you, consumer. I get mad when people are like, oh, thank God the surgery went well. Don't thank God. God had nothing to do with it, all right? It was me saying good luck to the surgeon that made it happen. You're welcome, by the way. God, some people are not even appreciative. When can we expect the next Plays video? I'm currently editing it through. It's the Dark Alliance 2. It's taking some time, so I'm also building a load of bookshelves in my house. But in general, it's happening. I like your tank tops. Hey, my tank can do whatever you need them to do. They can switch roles. It's not just a tank tops. Oh, like my clothes. Thank you. I appreciate that. Sorry, I thought you were complimenting my character skills. Goodness. Let's go hand in a load of quests. And after handing in a load of quests... Yes, the Flawless Flame has now been done. Josh with thoughts and prayers. I will always provide thoughts and prayers. Can I tank your top? I'll give it a damn good go. Josh quickly heading to also propping up the Brazilian medical industry. I just think if you wish surgeons good luck before they go in, they objectively do better. Did I stop playing the greatest PvPvE alpha MMO League of Angels? I don't think you ever truly stop playing League of Angels. I think you just take long breaks. What's the deep topic of discussion today? No. No, we had too much of that yesterday. That's not happening again. We need no more of that. Okay, now you want thorium plates. Who forging the shaft? Who drops thorium daggers? God, these people just want so much stuff brought to them. Was Arthur's right? He was definitely on the right track. I don't think he went far enough. Can we talk about teacher-themed movies? Always. Literally always. What are we talking about? Which movies specifically? Val, thank you for whispering grats to me and then shouting for the Alliance again. Do I think Chadley is a good name? Yeah, sure, it can be. I don't think I've got the power to say yes or no for that. School of Rock, obviously, great film. Alright, there's your quest handed in. There's your quest handed in. Grabbing ourselves a ton of experience. This is beautiful. There's your quest handed in. Look at this. Oh, this is lovely. Alright, you still want me to do that? Yeah, I'm not going to get those for a while, am I? It's going to take a while. So, question. What is thorium-plated dagger? What drops those? Forging the shaft. Oh, okay, the Dark Iron Taskmasters. Right, that's back down in the area, isn't it? That's all the way back down in the below bit. God, fine, we're going back into the pit. Back into the Dwarven Pit. Of course, the best movie ever made set in a school is Grease. We all know that. What's my opinion on Community? I think it's very funny. I've giggled, I've chortled, I've even guffawed at it. Have I watched Half Nelson? Ryan Gosling is a teacher who has struggles while being popular among students. No, I have not. I'll give it a go, though. Could you make a top 10 video games of all time? Or is that too hard? I mean, I could try, but I don't know if I'd ever be able to actually get it right. Who is Trademaster Kovic and Clunk? You look like some weird mini-boss. I'm going to kill you. How's my Friday? You know what? It's going pretty well. I'm having a pretty good time in general. We're just kind of relaxing. We're chilling. We're enjoying it. We're seeing how things go. Let's get rid of you, my friend. Can't quite. I've got to keep the damage up. Excellent. What do you drop, you little tiny dwarf? You drop nothing. I bet that's a quest. I bet the quest is like kill Clunk, whatever it's called. Right, slave worker. Unfortunately, you might drop a thorium dagger, which means while I have no problem with you, and I will join the march against your captors, I do need to kill you for a thing that benefits me. My support of any cause is directly related to how much I don't need the cause to not exist. What's the League of Legends MMO? Oh, the League of Legends. We've heard about it, but it's not yet, obviously, created. Right, thorium dagger. 1 out of however many we have to get. Hi, Josh. Looking Chinese today as well. Thanks. Dang, I thought I'd just go for it. You know, I'd just keep it going. I'd just stay there with it. Top 10 games, but split it up by year, and each year it's the same favourite game. Top 10 games of the year, I mean, of like 2007, obviously. FIFA 2007. Followed by Madden 2007. Followed by NBA 2K7. Tony Hawk's 2007. Call of Duty 2007. PGA Tour 2007. Football Manager 27. F1 2007. Football Manager 2007. and World of Warcraft 2007. I don't like the fact that I have to kill the slaves in order to do this. But I will. Okay, how do we get that to come to here? Does that come down to here is the question. No, doesn't seem to. You're going to drop down again? Yeah, you are. All right, beautiful. Health and safety. Okay, this is too low down. I need to go back up, please. That's good. And now up again. And then ideally again would be excellent. Because I think there was one more. Was there one more? Yeah. What? Nope. I jumped off too early. Oh well. That's fine. We'll just kill these guys. The Taskmasters also potentially drop what I need. You forgot to add Devil May Cry 2 to your top 10 list for... The problem is Devil May Cry 2 is too good. I didn't panic jumped, I tactically fell. Josh, you seem to be good at maintaining boundaries between your private life and your online persona. Did your background as a teacher help you figure out... Oh god, yeah, without a doubt. It's obviously something that you figure out in general, but you also have the students constantly asking you questions based on your private life because they really want to kind of delve into that. And I think newer teachers almost love the fact that students show that they care. They don't care. They don't care. They just want to try and find reasons and specific things to attack you with. Josh was a teacher. I was. But no, I try to maintain a pretty strict boundary between that. But that's just me. Other teachers revel in the fact they can just talk about whatever they want, and some teachers do share way too much. Like, your students are not there to offload your problems onto and be your little unpaid therapists. And yet some teachers do treat them like that. Are we in class right now? Every day is a school day. Remember this. Every day is a school day. Okay, there's an 80% drop chance for these things. Am I still a teacher? In a way, yes. In another, more legally accurate way, no. I'm a full-time Twitch streamer / content creator. Which is kind of like teaching kindergarten or primary school. Again. Will this come on the test? It might do. I can't guarantee that it will or won't, so you should pay attention regardless. What grade did I teach? I have worked with primary school, I've done high school, I've done college, but that was always as an external professor, never as a tenured professor. And I've worked with kind of semi-professional and professional touring theatre companies, but I would say the majority of my experience was in late primary school to early high school. Although it's always fun to work with... I think working with infants was always fun, because they just don't care. And you know what? At that point, you don't really need to. Which groups were the most difficult? Age-wise, it's kind of mid-high school. And I think the reason for this is year 7, which is the first year of high school in the UK, you feel quite scared. You aren't quite sure what's going on. You know, you don't know your place in the big wide world yet. You're still trying to find the hierarchy of how the school does or doesn't work. Year 8 is when you start to get into it and you're like, we're not those stupid year 7s anymore. And then year 9 and 10 is a really interesting one. Year 9 and 10 are when they're not close enough to any of the big exams to really care, but they're also trying to act like adults. And for some reason, they're not acting like adults as in the being responsible way, They're acting like adults, as in the "you can't tell me what to do, I'm in charge" kind of way. And I'm thinking that's not really how an adult is going to act. You want all of the responsibility with none of the consequences. How old are you? 9 and 10? Like 14? I'd say, yeah, 13, 14, or 15. Around that kind of age. And part of me can't blame them, because in the UK, there's a huge amount of stuff that you can suddenly do when you're both 16 and 18. So if you say to someone, hey, soon as 16 and 18 happens, you've got a load of responsibility being added on. And as a teacher, you also have to recognize the fact that the country and the law in general will treat this person differently when they're 16. And you still need to try and treat them as if they were 14, and they get really annoyed at that. Like, really annoyed. So 16 is the age of consent in the UK, provided that it is also with somebody else within the same age kind of limit, if you will. I've had to explain this to people before. They're like, what, so like a 40-year-old can sleep with a 16-year-old in the UK? There's laws on the exact complexity of that. But isn't it weird that in the UK you're expected to treat a 15-year-old as if they have absolutely no responsibilities whatsoever? A 16-year-old is meant to have bodily autonomy, and an 18-year-old, well, a 17-year-old can get married with parents' permission or go and apply to join the military. They want the autonomy of being an adult with none of the responsibility of being an adult. Which can be a bit dangerous. But the age, it's weird that I have to know this, but obviously I had to know this because I was working in schools. The age of consent in the UK is indeed 16, provided that the person who is sleeping with the younger person does not have a position of power over them, or a level of authority, or an imbalance of power. So a teacher with a student, not allowed. But some 19-year-old, some 20-year-old who happens to know a 16-year-old and they start dating, law's not gonna do you for that. But there have obviously been teachers that get into relationships with students, which is just weird. Because, like, if you ever actually hang out with a 16-year-old, you're like, what? I don't like this at all. This is weird. Yeah, if the teacher is also 16, then that's fine. But you do meet a lot of clueless people. And I suppose it's kind of unfair because you don't know what you don't know. You know, if you have never been exposed to an idea, you don't even know that that idea or that concept even exists. And you'll be judged by people that obviously do understand that concept exists. Oh God, that awkward scene from the Transformers movie, the whole Romeo and Juliet law thing. There's no reason to put that in a film. Is teaching high school difficult when you're a younger teacher? Yes. Because the kids are like, you're not that much older than me. And I'm like, you know what? That's weird, but it's true. Everyone is, of course, clueless until they get taught something that they need to know. I think that the process that we go through for teaching somebody how to deal with life is a little bit imbalanced, as in one day you are expected to raise your hand and ask permission to go to the toilet because you have to have somebody else allow you to do that, and the next day you're given absolute full bodily autonomy to make every choice you possibly want to, and buy a house, and drink, and gamble, and smoke, and get married, and join the military. And I'm thinking, do you think maybe we could lead into this slightly smoother? Do you think instead of sit down, shut up, you're a child, and then literally the next day, you're an adult now, go and do whatever you want, you're responsible for everything? That's a bit of a jump. Like, it's kind of weird that if someone were, for example, if someone was level 17 in an MMORPG, they have absolutely no skills and can't do anything until another higher level player allows them to. And then the moment they hit level 18, suddenly every single skill gets unlocked and they're expected to know how to tank every single boss in the game. You haven't taught people how to do this. Now, personally, I absolutely think children should be able to just go to the toilet whenever they need to. I've always said that when I'm teaching, look, if you need to go to the toilet, just do that. The problem is, do you really trust all the children to never take advantage of that? And the problem then is, what percentage of people taking advantage of that is actually allowed, or at least acceptable? Because one thing that a lot of people forget, this is something that I think is really important about teaching. Parents should be the beacon. Oh, God, yeah. Parents need to teach their kids lots more than they actually do. Parents have even said to me before, well, you're the teacher. And I'm like, listen, I spend a couple of hours with your kid a week. You spend all of the other hours with them. You have infinitely more influence than I do. And yet you don't seem to like the idea that you have to take a level of responsibility for raising your kid. On the topic of teaching, let's hear your takes. I've been teaching for 21 years now. Teachers get massively underpaid and overworked, and parents are getting worse and worse and worse. And it's no longer the teacher and the parent working together for the betterment of the child. It's the child and the parent working against the teacher to make sure the child never feels hard done to. Because feelings are more important than actually creating a human being that's capable of functioning in society. Also, if we're trusting the future of the nation to people to impart information to children, possibly pay them more. But people that haven't been teachers, they seem to approach the process with a 100% all or nothing attitude. You'll get the kind of military guys saying, well, if I were teaching in my classroom, everyone would sit down and shut up. I'm like, oh, okay, what's going to happen when one kid just doesn't want to do that, just wants to stand up and run around? They're like, oh, yeah, well, you know, I'd put them in their place. What would you do? I'd intimidate them. How? I'd shout at them. Okay, they'll shout back at you. Oh, I'd throw them out of the classroom. No, you wouldn't. You absolutely wouldn't, because you get fired on day one. The amount of people that know exactly what they need to do, and yet put them in the situation they can't do it. There is, unfortunately, and you're going to hate hearing this, there is a level or an amount of acceptable pissing around that you have to kind of bake in to any system. In retail, they would call it loss. And you kind of have an acceptable level of loss. If you attempt to work a retail job with 0% loss or shrinkage ever, you'll never hit that system. Physically impossible to create. There is a level of loss you are always going to hit. There's a level of shrink you're always going to hit. And as long as you're operating within acceptable boundaries, that's kind of okay. It's not perfect, don't get me wrong. But perfect is the enemy of done. So you have to operate within acceptable boundaries. What am I missing? I'm missing Righteous Fury. There we go. So within classroom management, there is a level of acceptable boundary, an acceptable kind of pissing around that you just have to agree is going to be there at some point. And at some point, you do just have to realize that letting the annoying kids leave the classroom to go and be annoying somewhere else is actually the most beneficial thing you could do for everyone else in the classroom. Dr. Albo, thoughts on rising racism in the UK? Yeah, I was going to have a good stream, but fuck it, let's argue. Why not? My thoughts are this is not the right place to have that discussion. My thoughts are I have decided that this is not a debate stream and this is not a political stream and this is not going to be the kind of stream where we have to constantly always talk about the hot topic issues. It's way too early for that, okay? That's like a 4-hour streaming question. Wait till I've gotten to 4 hours, and then we can ask the questions that everyone's going to be divided by and angry by. Here's my general thoughts. The news is more interested in keeping you angry than it is in actually giving you information, because when you are angry, you are much more easy to manipulate into one thing or another. When you are annoyed, your mental faculties are dulled. Keeping people angry, keeping people in a perpetual victim state, keeping people constantly thinking it's us versus them is extremely beneficial for whoever is in charge. If you are angry, you are watching. Whatever the thing you're watching is, that's up to their agenda. But if you are annoyed and angry, you are engaged. And it's one of the easiest and most shareable emotions to make people think and feel. And I don't want to start my stream and think, right, time for me to be angry and spread anger for 4 hours. Ain't gonna work. What about the rising population of Mikotes in Limsa Lominsa? Kill them all. Honestly, I'm fed up with it. It's in the sea. Every single one of them. Some things need nuance, some don't. We need an Arthas. I'll do it. Send me over as a paladin. It's fine. I'll sort it out. Thoughts on Dark Iron Dwarves? Kill them. All of them. Throw them in the sea. Send me over as a paladin. I'll deal with it. Thoughts on Orcs? Kill them. All of them. Throw them in the sea. Send me over as a paladin. I'll deal with it. Thoughts on Hot Draenei babes? Let's not be too hasty. Let's think these things through. Orcs can swim. Bottom of the ocean. Leave them there. What about goblins? Kill them. All of them. Throw them in the sea. Send me as a paladin. I'll deal with it. Are you seeing the energy that I'm bringing to this? Thoughts on half-elves? Kill them. All of them. Throw them in the other sea. Send me as a paladin. I'll deal with it. Do I ever find myself disagreeing with the school system or structure built for students while you yourself were part of said system? Of course. Not every teacher is sat there going, I 100% agree with everything the government says. Most teachers get into teaching because they have a passion for actually imparting knowledge to people. Most teachers don't sit there going, I can't wait to see what the system says this year. What about hot tiefling femboys? Put them on a boat and sail them out to sea, and then we'll have to spend more time working out what the answer's going to be. Like, I don't have all the answers all the time. I have most of them, don't get me wrong, but like some of it does have a level of nuance to it. What about other paladins? Kill them. All. Throw them in the sea. They're not as just or as pious as I am. I'm not wearing the Scarlet Crusade tabard for fashion. I'm wearing it for moral virtue signaling. There's a level of superiority going on here. Right, how do I get out of here? I assume this way. Okay, this guy, I've just finished a quest called Forging the Shaft. So was Arthas wrong about Strathome? It's not so much that he was right or wrong, it's that he kind of went about it in a bit of a silly-billy way. All right, he did what we call shenaniganize, which is the technical term for he got a little bit too close to the whole thing and got a bit angry. Got a bit silly. That is fair, yeah. It's not that he did nothing wrong. Like, there were mistakes that he made. But he definitely... My goodness, these guys are tough. These guys are really tough. My goodness. All right, Taskmaster, you've died. I just noticed Josh's skill bar. It's a perfect skill bar. There's no fat on this skill bar whatsoever. It's everything you need to be a paladin. Teacher hiring standards need to be stricter. Too many people end up teaching for the petty power trips, at least from my experience. If you want the hiring standards to be stricter, you need to pay more. Because otherwise, the people who are actually able to get higher paying jobs because they are talented, hard-working individuals are not going to go for that job. People always go, you should do it for the love of it. Okay, the love of it isn't just the fact that you enjoy imparting knowledge. The love of it could also be you just like being in control of children. Doing something for the love of it is one of the easiest ways to manipulate people who don't really care about the money into doing something, but you aren't always getting the best of the best. Sometimes you're getting people that see an advantage to be found within that role. The love of it is not always a positive thing. Also, you can love your job and still expect to be compensated higher for it. When you expect the compensation for a job to simply be the person enjoys doing that job, you're not always guaranteed to get the best person for the job. You're guaranteed to get the person that enjoys doing it the most. But they may not be the best. Some of the best teachers you will have are not people that are doing it for the love of it. They're doing it because they're bloody good at it, and they're being compensated fairly for it. Would I agree with national service? No. For a specific reason. I've worked with the military a lot before, and consider the fact that if you're ever in the military, the last thing that you want is a person next to you who doesn't want to be there. I feel there's a huge amount of... Oh, hang on. There we go. I feel there's a huge amount of benefit to any level of discipline. I feel it's very important to allow people to go through structure and go through a level of challenge that they overcome with support from their mates. And national service is one way of doing this that many people do agree with. But if that ever gets placed in a violent situation, into a combat situation, when shit hits the fan, you don't want to look to your side and realize the person you're being supported by is a terrified 18-year-old kid who does not want to be there, because they are going to be the fastest people to break. Mandatory military training could help a lot of younger generations, potentially, but don't put them in combat situations, because you're then going to get people that absolutely do not want to be there. And that is also the fastest way that you get defectors. Right, what are you doing now? Is this dude's spyglass just like around here still? It's got to be down somewhere. But what about the people that don't want to be there? Yeah, they're the people that are going to suck at the whole thing. Find and return a symbol of Ragnaros in the mountains to the northwest. Okay. Right, symbol of Ragnaros. Let's go and try and find one. There should definitely be a level of... Because believe it or not, structure is excellent. A lot of people really enjoy structure when they have it. They don't realize how important it is until they do have it. But allowing people to go through... Sometimes the benefit that a lot of kids see whenever they go through any level of military training is just how important and how powerful the structure can be. Because you have to remember, a lot of kids don't grow up with any structure in their lives. I had a relatively structured life when I was growing up because my parents would say, right, we're eating dinner at the table. That was part of the structure. Hey, can we eat dinner on the sofa? No. We eat dinner at the table. And as a kid, I'm like, oh, this is so lame. All my other friends get to eat dinner on the sofa, and they don't even have to eat dinner with their parents. They can just get food whenever they want. My parents are so lame making me eat dinner together at the table, and then we all have to wash up afterwards together. God, that's so lame. And I didn't realize it was just a structure, and it was an extremely important structure. And it was an exceptionally beneficial structure. And it's only when you don't have that structure that you understand how beneficial it was. Wash up together. Yeah. Because once the meal is made, everything gets washed up. And I think when people say, oh, these kids need military service, what they actually mean is they need to see the benefit of structure and discipline. Structure and discipline are extremely important. And that is one way of providing it. And people like the idea of providing it that way because it's one of the only ways you can do it on a national scale. But it doesn't work for everyone, because sometimes too much structure and too much discipline is used to replace genuine empathy and love and care. You still need to love, and you still need to care, and you still need to listen, and you still need to work hard and to see the benefit and to see others working hard for your benefit as well. Routine matters a hell of a lot. Routine is very beneficial. But do you also think that maybe wealthy middle-aged people should be made to do mandatory minimum wage customer service work? Do you think we should maybe take Karen from accounting, who's always had whatever she needed supplied to her, and said, right, for the next year, you'll work in the checkout at Tesco's. You'll work in the call center. Is that also required in order to teach a level of empathy? If we are putting people in positions because they don't have structure and therefore must force structure upon them so they grow and mature as people, do we just take anyone that is lacking understanding of a certain aspect and force them to go through it? You have arrived and you are not late. The rest of you are early. That's true, actually. We're only 40 minutes in. This is totally fine. The other question, though, is how many people, when they are responsible for their own level of structure, maintain it? Because there are a lot of people, and I've met a hell of a lot of people that once you take them out of that structured environment are not disciplined enough to continue it themselves. Once you are no longer, when you are responsible for your own structure, your own wake-up time, your own work routine, your own ethic, do you continue it? Do you maintain it? I've always found it weird when I've read those advice columns and they're like, you know, it takes 8 weeks to maintain a hobby or a construct that you keep going. And I'm like, no, it doesn't. I can do something for a year and then just stop one day randomly and just never do it again. So working out what we do and don't want people to do. You're responsible for your own daily schedule and it is in shambles. That is at least a genuine and honest reflection of how it's going. You think that's very ADHD brained of me? Potentially. I've not done the test. But I do truly think that... Oh, okay. Goodness me. Shall we... You want to team up with this person? Invite to a group? Now we work with this person together. Lovely stuff. Right, this person clearly needs a symbol of Ragnaros, and he's just jumped into the what? What are you doing, Frosty? Frosty, have the blessing of kings on you. Allow me to bless you with the blessing of kings. All right, cool. Well, you're not dead yet, so let me just heal you as well. There we go. God, paladins are good. I've tanked. I've healed. I've helped. I've tunked. And now I need to go and find some more things. Are you... Do I need to talk to you for this quest? Tell me your tale, woman. Now do I release you? Well, that was a nice little easy quest. You kinged him. You're a hero. Always put Blessing of Kings on someone when you can. It's always important to bless with the kings. And we aura farmed. I cried. We crowed. We crew. And everything's dead, so I can't kill the things that I need to kill. It's a symbol of Ragnaros that we need. But do need to pop to the bathroom super quickly. So, off the horse. And then sit down. Right, 5-minute break. DVD logo. Countdown timer. 5 minutes. I've been downing tea all day. I knew this was going to happen. God, life is just a series of drinking and then pissing. Born to grind. Forced to piss. I'm back. That was fast. We're not messing around. Not messing around at all. Water-pilled and piss-maxing. That's what I'm doing. 11:49. What's with this clock? It's just a PNG. So, let's return to killing these enemies over here. I'll tell you what, if you need to piss and you can't get to a toilet fast enough, you're in trouble. Oh. That's funny because you are in trouble was effectively the words I meant to say, but urine is the scientific term for piss. But I'm going to be honest, the jokes are going to go downhill, all right? It's a Friday. That joke was piss poor. It was. I don't want this to become the next focus of the stream. This is not happening. God, orcs have massive shoulders. Orcs do not skip shoulder day. What day do the jokes get good? Any day that doesn't end in a Y, I think is honestly quite funny. If I play an orc, can I play an orc paladin? You can't, can you? You have to be an elf. You've got to be a weird elf guy. It's got the Johnny Bravo silhouette. Yeah, they do, don't they? Right, let's go in here. Pray to Alune and the symbol of Ragnaros from the little elves. These guys. Little elfish boys. But playing Blood Elf Paladin gives you a unique seal called the Seal of Blood. What does that do? Tell me of the Seal of Blood. Because I could absolutely play a Horde Paladin again. Is the Seal of Blood good? Do you want to use it? You do extra damage at the expense of your own life. Ah, it's not a good trade. I like my life. Hang on, there's a solid chest over there. Never, ever pass up a chance to grab a solid chest. Might need to go and get that. Oh, do you get it at level 70? Yeah, I'm never seeing it. But Josh, one number goes up. Ah, okay, hang on, we could get that. The Blelf. Blelf's Paladins topping the friendly fire charts. If I'm going to play a Horde character, it's going to be a Blelf. You know it is. How do we get to that chest over there? I want to say we have to run this way and around. Have I ever tried the Horde side yet? I was tempted by a female Blelf. Never play a Horde character, please. We've been there before. I've given it a go, you know. I've dabbled, as they would say. I've done a little... I've dipped my toe in. As you should. And I require a symbol of Ragnaros from one of these guys. He'll get to level 60, log out and go Horde. I'll get to level 69 for the memes. Log out and go Horde. Do you guys have a dish called the Barbershop in a UK kebab store? I don't think there's such thing as a UK kebab store. Kebabs are simply distributed by Turkish men in vans. Or at least specific food carts that park up outside a... normally like a club or a university in the evening. It's a very eclectic way of getting food. I think you can ask a different... The only consistent thing with kebabs is they're all supplied by Boss Man. And if you want to call it the barber shop, if that's what they've colloquially got to sell to you, then go for it. The kebab guy in Broken Sword is probably the most accurate kebab guy. That's true. Right, I'm losing a lot of health right now, taking on 3 of these guys at the same time. But I feel that as long as I believe in myself, I'm going to be okay. As long as I believe in the heart of the cards, and obviously keep pressing that. We're at 8% health, 6%. He's going down, 6% still. What if I were to chuck on my seal that gives me health back? Oh, 7%. There we go. Oh, back down to 6. 3. Nah, touch yourself. If you enjoy random strangers typing moo at you, you should play Tauren. Well, I have found my new favourite thing. The light protects all of its children, but sometimes you gotta get involved. We can't expect Jesus to do everything. I don't even need to kill these things. I'm down here because I wanted the chest that was up there. And I can't even walk to it from this way. I've got to walk to it from the other way. Right, hang on. I need to get up there. How do I get up there? It's a different thing entirely, isn't it? God damn. How does one even get up onto that ledge? Oh, Riz, apparently you just jump that way. Riz tried to jump that way and failed, so I'm assuming it's not that way. Go round on the right. I will go round on the right and see what happens. I don't catch you often on Twitch, but I watch everything on YouTube. Wanted to say, oh, thank you, man. I appreciate that. Welcome into the stream. Hopefully you're having a lovely day. Enchanted water. Restores mana over 27 seconds. Sweet. I like that. That could be useful to me. What about round this way? Oh, there we go. Right, what if I were to stick on the bobble and just run away? Right, I can fight 2 of you here, no problem at all. This is totally fine. Right, let's fight this guy. Easy peasy, lemon squeezy. Thank you very much, my assisting friend. Now I fight you. Oh, you are a level 54 Draenei Paladin. Gotcha, you are what the light needs. Good job, and also thank you. You have currently got the Blessing of Might. So why not also have the Blessing of Kings? There you go. Oh, and they've blessed me. I've got Arcane Intellect and Might, which means on myself I can then put this, and oh, this is beautiful. Look at us. That's called Paladin maxing. Blessing pilled and Paladin maxed. And now the only reason I came up here was to grab the chest, and yet it has gone. God damn. The one thing I wanted from this entire cave has left. I'm going to commit Sudoku. The one thing I wanted. The rogue yoinked it. God damn. I'm not trying to be extreme or overreact, but I think all rogues should die. I think that all rogues need to be culled. That's not overreacting. That's just regular reacting. MZ made a new rogue. I stand by what I said. If a man doesn't stand up for his principles, at some point he has to admit that he hasn't got principles. Right. What's that way? Right, that was the way we get into the cave. This way, there's going to be some more enemies. Okay, the drop chance of the thing that we need is just super low, which is really irritating. Hello, Mad. Welcome to the stream. Sounds pretty judgmental toward rogues. Yeah, that's why judgment's on the bar. You can't be annoyed that I'm judging people while playing Paladin. That's how you're meant to play Paladin. Your Northern English wife can't figure out where you're from. Care to enlighten her? I've moved around the country so much, I don't seem to have developed an accent from any specific place, but mostly the Midlands. Paladins do lay judgment down upon people. That's what we do. Righteous judgment. And then we lay on hands. So it's very much about touching people and also judging them. Which I think is why I'm so drawn to the class. When it's like, hey, do you want to touch people but also judge them? God, yes. It's like my God-given right as an Englishman. Any more quests over here to hand in? I don't think there are. You, however, seem to have a blue question mark above you. I don't want any of this. No. Please don't clip that. Somebody will. You know they will. The only laying you're going to do as a Paladin player, hey, that's okay. I'm married to God. You thought I was from Wales? No, unfortunately England. Which is like Wales, but cool. In this game, it's the light. That's fine, I can judge people in the light. Let's kill this Twilight Geomancer. It's easier to judge people in the light. You wonder why the UK never conquered Wales. There's nothing there. There's nothing that we really needed, to be honest. I mean, like, what else do you really need? I'm pretty sure the purpose of the UK conquering the world was to get away from the food, and I didn't think Wales was improving on that. Just rage, both the person and the emotion. Rage is from Wales, that's true. And she likes it as a place. Speaks that weird language that sounds like you spilled a Scrabble board on the floor and just kind of went with it. I mean, other languages do sound quite sexy in their own way. You know, French, Italian, Spanish, there's a level of attractiveness to them. Whenever I've heard someone speak Welsh, I just assume they're either dying or possessed. I'm like, that's not a language, that's just a noise. Are you choking? You sound staged. I mean, I'm projecting into the microphone, but apart from that. Any tips for DMs to practice improv? Yeah, sure, Troy. Improv isn't actually coming up with something brand new that you've never done before. Improv is taking something that you already know and are confident with and placing it into a situation the players maybe weren't expecting. If you need to improvise a new enemy, You don't need to come up with something that you have never, ever experienced before. What you do need to think is, right, what are two things that I have experienced before that I can just kind of smash together? Improvising is not 100% creation from nothing. It is a hidden framework that you can weave the events of the story into. And all of the good improvisers are just really good at remembering lots of stuff. So one of the best ways to get good at improvising is exposing yourself to a huge amount of ideas and watching a load of stuff, and then realizing that when you need ideas, you can just pull from that big bank of ideas that you've got. That works just as well. Understand as well, this is the important thing that I try to tell people, understand that it's not you versus the players, it's you and the players trying to tell a story by keeping the world consistent. Your job as the DM is to keep the world understandable and consistent and somewhat fair. It's your players' job to interact with it. So when you have, let's say, the players are walking down a forest road and then ahead of them is a bandit ambush. Now, killing all the bandits is one way of solving that problem, but that's just solving them. What is the solution? The solution is simply the players get past the bandit ambush. How else could they do that? What if they were to use an acrobatics check to fly through the trees above them? What if they were to tunnel under the ground? What if they were to use a charisma check in order to convince the bandits that they don't need to effectively be robbed? However the player gets past it, give them the same experience that you would have given them for killing the bandits. Because otherwise, if players know that the most experience and the most reward and the most money and the most gold and the most items, if they know that all comes from combat, then combat becomes the only answer if you want to mechanically engage with the game. What I think you should do instead is present the players with a situation, then see what the effectively solving of the situation is, and when the players achieve that, reward them with whatever you were going to give them anyway. So let's say that you don't kill the bandits. Well, what if when the... Got both items I needed there. Fantastic. What if when the players get past the bandits, they happen to meet a traveling nobleman who gives them something because they just happen to be in a good mood? And that gift is whatever the bandits would have dropped as items had the players killed them. Exactly. Because otherwise what happens is you just end up with players murder hoboing their way across the game. If you want people to role play, what you can't do is make them feel that they are being mechanically punished for playing their role. So let's say that you want a player to role play as a pacifist priest and they get attacked by a bandit. Part of the player is going to be thinking, well, if I kill them, I get gold and an item. But if I roleplay my character, I get none of those. What if they roleplayed the character, but then the bandit, regretting his life choices, gave the player the items they were going to give them anyway? That's the best way to do it. Overcoming the situation gets you the reward. Not overcoming it just in combat. D&D does have very different playstyles. If you want to work on the narrative, go for the narrative. If you want to work on the... If you want to work on the combat, work on the combat. This dude is enchanting a cool torch for me, I think. Torch of Retribution. Unique item. Quest. Cool. Okay. Waves of hatred and anger pulse through your being. Cool. Torch of Retribution. Use on a sentry brazier. Do you have another quest for me? I think you do. We are really pushing our way through this quest chain. I'm going to start doing some tanking soon. Could we befriend the bandit and take 30% share interest of all his future robbings? Oh my god, yes, finally. I love playing D&D with people that run businesses. Because they straight away, they're like, hang on. There's an opportunity here. There's a degree of profit share that we should be talking about. You're all not really focusing enough on the big picture. Love that. Right, Torch of Retribution. What are we doing with it? I'm assuming... Oh, okay, we use them on these weird towers, do we? Okay. Let's go use them on the towers. My goodness. The combat never ends. You, and then put you back on. But then money doesn't matter in D&D after a while. It doesn't, but it's also about trying to... It's about the challenge. If you're running D&D, you'll focus on combat because that's the game's strong suit. If you run something else, you'll focus on what that tabletop RPG is good at. So to me, Dungeons & Dragons doesn't necessarily just mean using the rule set from the D&D book. Dungeons & Dragons has kind of been extrapolated out and instead just means an imagination-based tabletop role-playing game. I will take the rules from almost any tabletop role-playing game that I think sounds fun and then combine them together. But instead of saying to someone, we're playing generic... tabletop role-playing games with lots of different rules, I'll just say we're playing Dungeons and Dragons, because that kind of, it explains to everyone the general vibe of what's going on. And sometimes just explaining the general vibe is more important than the specifics. But if other people want the specifics, they can go with the specifics. Right, so I'm assuming we have to light the signal towers? How does one light... Okay, tower, 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 tower. Set them all ablaze. Let's go. Let's go to the signal towers and see what I can do. Put fire on thing. That I can do. We're going to call Rohan for aid. So the signal tower, it's not down there, is it? It's one of these guys. I assume it's one of these guys, because I think you can go inside. You can go inside a tower. Lovely. Is this my first time in Searing Gorge? I've done Searing Gorge on my warrior, but I ended up kind of rushing past it. So I'm kind of focusing on doing as much damage to this guy as I can. Stunning you for a second. Continuing to hit you. There we go. Let's get you a weakness to holy damage, and then let's get some more holy damage going on. I think it's also important that you, and this is true with video games, it's true with any kind of group, find people that play the way you play. You want all the group to enjoy gaming together. You don't want some of the group to think, I really hate the way this person's playing. Right, I've got to equip this special retribution-y thingy to make this work. So, equip you, use this. Cool. And now where are my weapons gone? 1, 2. Right, we've managed to light one signal tower. Now let's go and light another one. Find people that play the way you play. If people don't play the way you play, don't try and force a game. Because if you've got 5 players and one person wants combat and one wants political intrigue and one wants roleplay and one's a furry and one just doesn't want to be there and they're on the phone all the time, you're going to have a sucky game of D&D. You don't want to be going with that. Tower 2, Electric Boogaloo. This is what they meant in Lord of the Rings. The furry was there mostly because they thought it was an online game. They were there to set up the special touchscreen TV table they were using. But you want to find a group of people that play the game the way you play. When you find that, it's like gold dust. You know, that's like rocking horse shit. You hold on to that, you never let it go. Super important. How do you design engaging and fair combat encounters from scratch? Grilla, do you want my secret as a DM? You don't enter the combat encounter with a specific number of health points for the enemy. You enter with a vibe. I want the players to win. So here's the truth. And if you're a player of my D&D games, you're going to hate this. As long as you don't do something incredibly stupid... Oh, I got the lookout spyglass. Fantastic. Oh, does like anything drop it? As long as you don't do something incredibly stupid, you're probably going to succeed. If you succeed by doing something that's really cool, you're going to get a better reward. That's just how I roll. If you want to be like, hey, and then you get attacked by bandits, and then you say, I swing my sword. Okay, you do 5 damage. Well done. The bandit is a little bit injured. We're all bored. No one wants to be there. But if suddenly it's you describe how you draw your sword, you describe how you feel, you describe the swing. I'm not even going to say how much damage it does to the bandit. I'm going to describe the effect it has and the weakness the bandit now feels for taking the damage. Our job is to tell a story, not play a maths game. I think I did still set that tower ablaze, didn't I? Yes, I did. So to me, personally, the fun of the imagination game is telling the story together. I like theatre of the mind. I'm not a massive fan of using maps or minis. I know other people like to do it, and I like the way that maps look and the way that minis look. If I'm going to use a map to play a D&D game, it's going to be an actual old-style hand-drawn map that I'm going to give to the players and say, this is what your character has. Would I ever let the players lose, though? Yes, if they do something incredibly stupid. The dice do not determine whether the players win or lose. The dice determine the level of drama that is experienced during the win or loss. The decision to win or lose is based on what the players choose to or not to do. If the players are taking on a dragon and they have spent ages preparing to fight the dragon, and they've been really clever and really smart, and they go in with the best preparation, they're going to kill the dragon. The dice is just going to help me decide how they do it. If they just run at the dragon with no preparation whatsoever and decide to jump into its mouth and try and hack its tongue off, then they're going to die. Not because the dice have told them to, but because they've played the game in a way that would kill them. So to me personally, part of it is you are engaging within this process in a way that would just straight up kill you. I want the players to feel rewarded for the actions they take in more ways than just mechanical. D&D is weird for you, it's for children. No, it's not. It's telling stories and sitting around and making up imagination things with your mates. Children can do it, but so can adults. Making films is also just the same thing. Writing books, painting pictures. Children can do it, but adults can also do it. But some people, especially old-school D&D players, like the idea that everything can be won or lost on the roll of a dice, and the mechanics are about manipulating those dice rolls. For me, the mechanics are about helping the player understand that if they put effort and energy into engaging with the story, I will help them. And if they don't put energy or effort into engaging with the story, I will not help them. How do you tell someone you don't like? the way they play without seeming rude. Oh, tell someone that you don't know the way they play. You simply say to them that this is the game that's going to focus on this. You also don't need to tell them that unless you're actually playing with them. Different DMs run different games, and that's great because they're different storytellers. Work out the kind of story that you want to tell, the way that you want to tell it, the people you want to tell it with. Go and tell that story. D&D is also excellent group therapy. That's true. A lot of people do use it as group therapy. Give me a second to kill this Dark Iron Lookout. But some people like it, some people don't. You work out what works for you and what doesn't. I'm going to stun this enemy and run up here. Switch to the staff. And then light this fan. Oh, there's a chest there. Lovely. Grab that in a second. Right, East Tower has been lit. Switched back to the things I need. Now I can attack you. Read a post once that said D&D is just flirting with your homies for 4 hours. It can be. It absolutely can be. Doesn't have to be. But it can be. You miss Hero Quest. I have that downstairs on my coffee table. Anyone comes round to my house, we're playing Hero Quest. It's just, that's non-negotiable. That's happening. We're getting in pizza, we're playing Hero Quest. Right, what's inside this chest? Can you get, like, world drops inside chests? I think you can, can't you? It's rare, but you can get them. Right, I have done that. That is the smithing tool thing. You're ready to be handed in. You're ready to be handed in. Let's go hand you in first, shall we? Actually, no. Let's go and get the... Let's go and give this guy his toilet paper. Hero Quest is an old board game made by Games Workshop, and it's kind of like square-based tactical Warhammer. It's fun. Space Pirates D&D, the Dungeons & Dragons campaign that I play that's DM'd by Daniel Rustage, does have a map for us players to look at, but I tend to not look at it too much. I think a lot of it is theatre of the mind. The reason that I prefer theatre of the mind is it just encourages people to visualize things, to picture things, to imagine things. When you have a map and when you have a square or a grid that you work through, it becomes less of a role-playing imagination game and more of a tactical board game. And I don't necessarily want to see it as a tactical board game. That, to me, is not the strength of it. But remember, you don't necessarily need a rule kit for it. You can just make stuff up. That's kind of the point. People think that Dungeons & Dragons is specifically sticking to every rule in a book that's written for you. It's literally just sitting around and having a group hallucination. You use as much or as little of the book as you want to. Hang on, this dude is counter-equipped, strength and stamina. That would be, when struck, 1% chance. Nah, it's not as good. Charged lightning rod. I'll accept it, but I need none of these things. Right, where are we now? Solid crystal leg shaft. Oh, from the spiders. I suppose we can go and get a spider, can't we? Hey Josh, I don't feel like doing anything. Can you cheer me up? No, Toby, it's okay to feel like doing nothing. You can just sit there for a bit and sit with your thoughts. That's okay. Reflect on things, on how you feel, on what you want. Just have a nap if you want. Read a book, go and paint. Do something that you like doing while not necessarily fully engaged by it. That's okay. But yeah, D&D can be whatever you need it to be. It's a fun little group hallucination. You spend as much time or as little time as you want doing it. Right, I need to... Oh, okay, hang on. Yeah, spiders are there. Got to head back over to this quest here, the Set Them Ablaze quest. I think the fastest way to get to it's going this way. And I'll kill any spiders that I happen to run into along the way. What's that one? Oh, it's the ledger. It's the ledger from here. How fun is Warhammer? Depends who you're playing with. I mean, it sounds silly, but that pretty much applies to all games. If you want to play a Warhammer game strictly by the books, by the rules, WYSIWYG, which stands for what you see is what you get. Every single model must be modelled with the correct gun. Everything must be painted. The battlefield must be officially set out according to the official tournament rules. You're getting a very different experience to just sitting and playing a fun narrative game of Warhammer with your mates. Sometimes just playing Warhammer with your friends, a lot of it is about working out just kind of what we can do in this situation. Can my sniper see your dude in that building? Oh, well, let's have a quick check. We have to get out the laser level, get out the measuring tape, get out this, get out that, as opposed to a game of going, yeah, but how about just shooting with -2 as a disadvantage? That's kind of the way that you roll with it. I think, and this is going to be a strong opinion, I think trying to make Warhammer the most balanced and fair game that it could possibly be, effectively turning it into a tournament-level tabletop game, was one of the worst things for actually enjoying it as a narrative game. I don't like that. I mean, for example, some of the older rules were dumb, but they were kind of flavorful. Like, how many orcs can fit on an orc transport wagon? The old rule used to be as many as you could balance physically on the model. That's so dumb, but also so funny. Warhammer is just toy soldiers. You're just painting some plastic and playing some toy soldiers. You know what's more important for me is to tell a good story. It's so orky. I think one of the things I like is this. I've been involved in, I've played lots of Warhammer, but it was a classic game of dwarves against chaos. And the final round kind of came down to the Dwarven Rune King saw the Chaos Lord across the battlefield. And I wasn't playing, I was watching two people play this. One of the guys said, my dwarf would like to issue a challenge to your demon prince and effectively goad him into fighting. And they went, okay, demons are a bit chaotic, flip a coin. Heads, the goad happens, tails, it doesn't. It happened, and then the rest of the armies, their movement phase was then moving apart to create a gap for the Dwarven King to run through and attempt to take on the Chaos Demon. And then it was just a straight-up battle of stats between those two, which was fantastic. Now, was that in the rules? No, of course it wasn't. The enemies, the fighting shouldn't have been able to disengage. He couldn't see him that far. They shouldn't have been able to do that. But the cinematic moment that it created was so much cooler than anything else. And I appreciate the fact that the coin flip happened, because the demon might have been just looked over and been like, no, I don't care enough about you. Everyone else continue the slaughter. That was cool. It was the gaming 1v1 me bro fight. And it did. Warhammer is models, it's plastic toys, it's fun. You will meet people that will say, no, that model can't do that. They can't do anything. They can just follow the rules that have been written for them. But the rules are a suggestion of one way that you could play. If you don't like what the suggestion is, you can change them. They're your dudes. Fun hype moments like that are what get people into and keep them around in the hobby. But again, very important. If you want to play with everything in the books exactly as it is written, then simply find other people who want to play it exactly as written. If you want to play as a, fun, silly, let's just hang out and see what's going on, then we can go with that. Right, let's see what I can get. Dragonflight leggings, cloth, Drake Fire headguard. How does that look? Kind of lame. Axe of the Ebon Drake. One-handed, 1.9. Ooh, okay, so damage goes down slightly. Strength goes up, but I lose the parry on the Sang Thrays. Dragonflight leggings are not as good. None of these are good for me, but I'll probably take the axe and then just sell it. Inventory's full, hang on. Throw away some spider mandibles, finish the quest, take the axe, sell the axe. Cool. How does a person find a group? Oh, hello, massive dragon. Oh, no. This guy is actually evil. Oh, we've actually summoned a dragon back by doing some stuff. That's a problem. God damn it. But hey, thanks for being here, Appreciate that. That's somebody else's problem for another day. Horde of the Black Dragonflight. Open the chest. Okay. Bears the mark of Velarak the Deceiver. Let's open it. Mold, Hogshank, Black Dragonflight Malt, large knapsack, and some other basic stuff. It's kind of just some boring stuff going on there. Is that good? Don't think I need any of these things. Well, that was the quest. And we've also leveled up one more time, so I can put combat expertise up to 4 out of 5. Fantastic. 2 more levels and I can finally get Avenger's Shield, where I throw my shield at the enemy. Rez, what was the quotation? I'm a potato, I'm still working on making friends. It is difficult to make friends as an adult. That's just a horrible truth. It sucks. It truly does suck. Making friends as an adult, one of the worst things. Finally, can we go to the Ungoro crater? Oh, hell yeah, I love the Ungoro crater. Right, it might be time to head over to Ungoro. Do I play on the EU server? I do. Thunderstrike. Let's, first of all, head to the thorium point. Then, I should probably go and level my skills. I've not leveled up in ages. It's the top 3 in craters. It's time to Unger to the Bunga. That's what we're going to do. Done Mara Udon yet? I have not yet done Mara Udon. I mean, I've done it as a dungeon before, but I've not done it on this character. I don't think I can yet, can I? How far away are we from Mara Udon? 40 to 52. I could maybe try and tank it. I could see if I could tank Mara Udon. But until then, I'm going to use the Griffin to fly all the way to... Let's go to Menethil Harbour, and then from the harbour, we're going to go to Ungoro Crater. And while we're flying, I'm going to pop to the bathroom again, because I was born to grind and forced to piss. And this is what happens when you drink a load of water. Thinking about it, and I don't want to say this, but I was thinking about it, canonically in World of Warcraft, someone has probably done a piss while riding a griffin. That probably happened. Do I think I pee sitting down? Of course I do. Obviously, I'm a middle-class guy. I'm going to treat myself to a nice sit-down wee every now and again. Did I wash my hands? Obviously. Why would you not wash your hands? I've gone to the effort. This is how middle class I am. I have gone to the effort of purchasing nice looking hand soap dispensers, and then I buy nice hand soap, and then I decant the hand soap from the container that it's in when I bought it into the nicer looking hand soap dispenser, so I use that one. If I'm putting that kind of effort into it, that's how middle class I am. That's how posh I am. I'm one of those people that matches the hand soap dispenser to the towels. How very fancy of you. Is the dispenser pretty? Yes, it is. I say that, it's just matte black, actually. Looks very posh and grown up. Pouring cheap perfume into an expensive perfume bottle. Look, as much as I want to just buy the Carex bottle and leave the Carex bottle on the side, it's also then important that I occasionally... Oh, hang on. You're a 23 human paladin. You know what? You can have... What's the best thing I could put onto you? Probably Blessing of Kings? There you go. You can have Kings. Faking being grown up, I like it. No, sometimes I will. I will decant the hand soap into something else. That's slightly overwhelming. I'm sorry. That's just the life that I live. You do that with wine. Find an expensive wine bottle and pour some boxed wine into it. Right, so what I'm doing is kind of classy. What you're doing is problematic. You can just get the boxed wine out. That's fine. There's nothing wrong with a box of wine. Am I doing it by choice? Or is someone forcing me? I choose to do it. I feel grown up and adult when I'm like, you know what? Yeah, I am going to buy the Carex bubblegum flavor, but I'm also then going to go to Dunelm and I'm going to buy these nice matte black hand soap dispensers. And then I'm going to unscrew the top and I'm going to pour the Carex in. Then I'm going to put the matte black one back on top. That's what I'm going to do. I like using the fancy soap. Sorry, I just do. Acts grown up but drinks out of a sippy cup. This is not a sippy cup. This is one of those... I was going to say it's a Stanley cup, but it's not. It's a reduced cup, which is the Costco version of Stanley. And it's got lots of water in here, but also a little bit of lemon flavour. And on the top, if I feel like I need to glug, you can just pop open the little top bit, take a drink from there. Okay? But I don't feel that need. It's not a sippy cup, it's a suppy cup. For gamer sups. It is in fact my chug jug. And I will chug. Right, I do need to go to the new Paladin trainer, wherever that may be, because I've got no... I've also got 100 gold, by the way. Right, Paladin trainer, you ready? Let's do this. Look at this switch. Goodness gracious me. So many people switching from one to another. So Theramore Isle is here. Is there a Paladin trainer in Theramore Isle? Born to sip, forced to glug. Ah, there we go. Paladin trainer. Let's do it over here. What is my prediction for this season's Premier League? Honestly, I just hope that they all have a good time. I just hope they all have fun. Long as everyone's having fun, I'm happy. Right, train me in the ways of the light. Now also be aware that I've not trained in ages. Right, Blessing of Wisdom goes from rank 3 to rank 4. Exorcism, Hammer of Wrath. Hurls a hammer that strikes an enemy for holy damage. Only usable on enemies that have 20% or less health. So that's like the catch the enemy as they run away. Frost Resistance Aura, Blessing of Sacrifice. Place a blessing on the party member, transferring 45 damage taken per hit to the caster. Lasts 30 seconds. So I can kill rogues. Brilliant. No, hang on. They kill me. To the caster. Players may only have one blessing. Right, so I place the Blessing of Sacrifice potentially onto whichever player is taking damage. And then I take the damage for them and just heal myself. I see. Seal of Justice, again, rank 1. Oh, rank 2, I see. Trains up. Oh, a better Retribution Aura. Hell yeah. Right, we've just gained a load of stuff. Let's go through and improve. I start in the old Holy. So first of all, Blessing of Light. Increase the effects of Holy Light spells. Used about 210. Interesting. So I don't want the Blessing of Light yet. Blessing of Wisdom, I think, has increased to rank 4. So get rid of you. Stick you on. I don't use any of these. Consecration's on rank 3 still. That's fine. Hammer of Wrath. That's interesting. That's going to be hit the enemy that runs away. But I'm actually out of buttons. So I feel that I need to have another hotbar going on. Which would mean edit mode. No. Options? Hotbars. Action bars. Action bar 3. Yeah, let's have you on there. Then we go to edit mode. Action bar 3 is snaps to there. What I'm going to do is action bar 3 is going to be... We have to change. Can we put this hotbar at the very top of the screen? We can put it slightly to the side. There we go. And what I can do now is I can actually save that. I can put Hammer of Wrath on there. And that can be... I need to just edit that, don't I? Just one button. I'm not taking it away. Options. Action bars. Action bar 3. How do I change around the key bindings? Action bar 3. Button 1. Shift space. Brilliant. So when an enemy runs away, shift space bar. Just one floating button. Now we carry on going through. Redemption. That is rank 4. I don't need that on my hotbar. Seal of Light, not important. Seal of Righteousness, very important. I've already got it, rank 6. Wisdom is rank 2. That can change. You are Wisdom. Warhorse and Turn Undead don't change. Protection skills. What is new? Never going to use you. Sanctuary still rank 2. That's fine. I don't think I've got anything new in here, did I? Hammer of Justice is rank 3. That's rank 3. Frost Resistance Aura seems pointless. Because that's down there. Fury is still... Defense is there. Seal of Justice I've never used. Prevents them from fleeing. That's a PvP seal. I don't want to use that. And Retribution. Retribution Aura is better than it was before, which is excellent. And Seal of the Crusader is rank 5. That's rank 5. Yeah, I think we're good. I think I've got the best version of everything I could get now. Let's do this. Just one ability. Just floating. Just there. And where do I want to go now? I wanted to fly to Ungoro Crater to start doing some grinding. because I like the grinding. I am making progress. I'm level 48. When I hit level 50, I'm going to feel quite accomplished. Might even feel quite arrogant when I start getting there. Right, where's Ungoro Crater? I want to say that it's in... It's near Gadget Sand, maybe? Right, Ungoro Crater is in... It's in Tanaris. Right, so fly to Tanaris. In fact, that's close to Zul'Farrak, which is great. Off to Tanaris. You have abandoned your ideals, sir. Trust me, leaving one icon on the screen that I never use, that's very me. What's my favorite OSRS boss to grind? I would probably grind Commander Ziliana for a few hours. But as far as killing enemies go, I think it's probably going to be Warcraft. Seal of Justice prevents mobs from running when they get to low health. I don't care about that. I'll just kill them. A few hours. Yes, I like to be optimistic. No, you need a few hours. You know, 2-3 minutes for the initial event, and then we can sit and watch all of Firefly. The event, of course, being me saying that we're going to watch Firefly. Barrows is also fun, though. In case you want to, you know, jump scare yourself with Guthans in the tunnel. You promise me nothing and still deliver less. That is very much the story of my life. It is impossible for me to overwhelm you or underwhelm you. You can neither over nor underestimate me because I am both far smarter and far dumber than you can possibly imagine. I will sometimes do something that you think is incredibly smart, and then I will do something equally and oppositely dumb 5 minutes later. You can only ever estimate me. Hello, Dog's favourite streamer. Hello. Someone has to be. He's there doing all of his complicated stuff, and I'm just here hitting things with a hammer in classic World of Warcraft. It's not a difficult thing to do. How is Dog? Is he doing good? I hope he's doing good. He seems like a nice guy. I've never met him, but I feel that if we got locked in a lift together, we'd probably get on. That's sometimes my way of judging people. If I was locked in a lift with you, how would I feel? I think with him, I'd feel okay. I think there'd be a long, awkward silence, then I'd look at him and go, I bought your mug. From that moment on, he would owe me. He's doing good. Would he feel okay with you? I'd hope he feels a little bit intimidated. Not from a creative point of view. He's far bigger than I am and more successful. But mainly from a what's going to happen point of view. Right, Sprinkle, thank you for whatever quest you've just given me. I appreciate that. Hey, I can sell some stuff to this dude. Right, listen to me, my friend. I need you to buy all of this junk off me. Like, who needs heavy leather? No one does. Never, ever has a use been found for heavy leather. Right, what else? Mage Weave Cloth. Someone's going to get angry if I sell these for 50 silver. That is a stack of 20 Mage Weave Cloth. Someone is going to be like, no! But I'm just going to sell all of it. We don't need it. It's not important. What else can we get rid of? Let's see. Black Dragon Flight Malt. Soulbound. No sell price. I'll keep it. It's fine. Just in case. Axe of the Ebon Drake. Does it look cool? It does look cool. Don't need it. Get rid of it. Slag Plate Gauntlets. It's funny because of the word slag. The Wanderer's Cover. That is just a fedora. Pretty sure I can sell all of these things and not need any of them. Obviously, I'm keeping the Elixir of Water Breathing. That's extremely important. Delicious Cave Mold is being sold. Everything else is being sold. The ring is not as good as everything else I've got going on. And I think I picked up some more stuff over here that can be sold. Yeah, Elixir of Greater Firepower. It's an alchemy recipe. Cinder Cloth Vest. 2 Elixir of Greater Firepower recipes. I don't know if I need those, but I can probably sell them. Why does Josh never use the auction house? I don't believe in it. I believe it's a horde lie. And I don't think it's important enough to be used. In fact, what I can do is actually get rid of my ooze-covered bag and replace it with this netherweave bag. Yep, bind that to me. And then I can also get rid of the gunny sack, which will actually give me, I think, maximum inventory. Right, gunny sack, replace with netherweave. Cool. We now have way, way more stuff. Josh just sold them to the vendor. Lol. Sad day he doesn't read chat. The thing is, yeah. Is someone selling 17 mage weave cloth? Oh, fine, I'll buy them back for you. God damn. Buy back. Mage weave cloth. I've got 17 for you. Like, I'll do it for the lulz, but I'm not going to actively hurt the guild. But I'm not supporting the auction house. It's not happening. Oh, by the way, if Classic Plus is announced, I will play. Just so you guys all know. Send them by mail. I will send them by mail. How does the mail system work? Is there a mailbox in here somewhere? Let's find out. Map. Where's the mailbox? Yes, there is. Okay, I've not checked my mail in forever. So who needs them? Who wanted? Hey, is someone Ash Radir? Copy character name. Right, let's see how well this goes. Mailbox. Let's send mail to. There we go. Subject. Cloth. And then I will give you 20 mage weave cloth, and I will send this money to you. There we go. Done. Sent. It will cost 20 copper. That's fine. I'm a kind and generous god. Why do I have 91 gold when I previously had more than 91 gold? I leveled up, of course. I leveled up. That's what I did. I am all about supporting the people. Very much a man of the people. I just don't even remember spending my gold. I've just got too much. Thanks again for the Noggin Fogger Elixir. Use, drink me. All right, cool. What does that do? It's soulbound. We've got it just in case. Drink it. Oh, okay. We become a skeleton for a bit. We become a little bit of a funny bones dude. I'm all right with that. Right, we're going to go to the Ungoro crater. Let's do this. It's random. Now dance. No, I'm good. I feel wrong being a skeleton on board a paladin horse. It's just digital Ozempic. That's what it is, isn't it? Thank you. Druza, you spot on. Skeletons do the undead male dance. Instant diet. I feel like I belong in Hollywood now. Let's head over and do the dinosaur crater. That's the plan. I said it first. Jesus, Josh. Post, did you say it? It's wow Ozempic. Look, I don't care who I steal the jokes from, as long as everyone laughs at me. That's the point. Post did say that first. Then Druz said it afterwards. And then Average Consumer said boner potion, which I think is funnier, to be honest, because of the relationships between bones and skeletons. We're all laughing at you. That's fine. I don't care if it's at me or with me, as long as you're all laughing and I'm the source of that. Makes me feel happy, makes me feel good about myself. We're going to travel over and kill some dinosaurs. I think. Oh, good. There's a bird in the floor. Blizzard. Small indie company. I keep trying to open up Internet Explorer, but the video keeps pausing instead. What am I doing wrong? I think the fact that you're trying to open Internet Explorer is the problem. You need to be using the purple monkey. You should be asking Jeeves what's going wrong with that. I love the fact that the Ungoro crater is just this random dinosaur area in the middle of nowhere. What I dislike is the fact that this is such a cool area, but there doesn't seem to be any quests within this area that matter. Like, I want this area to matter so much. It looks so cool. It's all in Gadget Zone. There's a couple of quests here. It's just, it feels that we run past it so quickly. I'm getting ready to throw my hammer at the enemy. Hell yeah. Love that for me. A lot of the quests are tied to the raid. Okay. You start raiding at what, 60? I think you do start at 60. Hello, Scant. Welcome to the stream. Why are you dead? What happened to all your meat? Sometimes, as a paladin, I like to say to people, hey, I've got a bone to pick with you. Why didn't the skeleton go to the dance? Because he had no body to go with? Guys. No body to go with. It's funny because he's a skeleton. Why didn't he go on his own? He had social anxiety. That's not funny. That's just how the skeleton unfortunately has to deal with the world. Guys, if you don't think this is funny, look at his leg. That's humorous. That was a good one. You may hate me, but that was actually quite funny. Into Ungoro Crater we go. Love this area. Probably one of my favorite areas of the game. Wrong limb. I don't know where the humerus is, all right? I'm not a geologist. I didn't pay attention in science. Right, you. I will take both your quests, please and thank you. Right, you're level 50 beasts. How can a skeleton drown it? Hang on. Can skeletons not drown? When you become a skeleton, do you just lose your breath meter? That's amazing. What a lovely little touch. I mean, you don't have lungs. Yeah, but I also don't have muscles and I'm still moving. I like how everyone's like, you fool. Of course skeletons can't drown. They've got no lungs. I'm like, I've got no muscles. How am I moving? The power of magic. Oh, okay, yeah, sorry, magic. Magic did it. A wizard did it. I forgot the answer is just a wizard did it. Do skeletons get skeleton horses? In the Horde, yes. That's pretty cool. I quite like that. Tell you what I do like about paladins is the fact that they do just put out quite a lot of damage, to be fair. And they're very tanky. Why is the game sound off? It's not. It's just quiet. What's this? A piece of carcass. Oh. Okay, well, that's quite scary, because that means that there's something big enough to eat that. What do I do with this piece of carcass I've now got? Isn't there a wandering dinosaur down here that's just huge, like a wandering T-Rex? Oh! Thank you, game, for answering my question immediately. Heard you talking shit. Thought I'd come and attack you. This zone is fun on high five. Streamer client. Josh thinks of something and it happens. I bet the DM won't death touch this random mob for me. How have I been subject to a tendon rip? I have no tendons. You can't be... No, you can't be like, okay, skeletons have got this but not this. Be consistent with it. Come on. Is this the Jurassic Park video game? This is actually the DLC from the King Kong video game. From the film King Kong, directed by Peter Jackson, the famous director of King Kong. That's what it was called, King Kong. The game of the film of the game of the film. Who remembers the film King Kong? The video game adaptation of the movie of the video game. I actually quite liked it as a game. I thought it was quite good. And there's a really good video by the YouTuber Zenny that breaks down the mechanics in it that are actually decent. I like how much reflection damage you can do as a paladin. Do we drink another noggin fogger? I think we maybe do. Right, what are we going to get this time? Back to a human? I don't think so. This time it's... It's just me again. Nothing's happened. Oh, I have slow fall on me now. Hang on. What's that for? Why does it say 13 Sanctuaries the Deflector? Venom hide poison. I've got... Nature damage inflicted. When did I put Venom Hide Poison onto my sword? Was it from killing the mob? Target takes 15 nature damage every 3 seconds. God, that's decent. Cleanse is a really good paladin ability. I think I've got Cleanse bound to that button. Yes, I do. You coat your weapon in the poisonous blood. That's cool. That's genuinely really cool. I like that. I'm going to go this way and unlock the Flight Master. There's some grinding to be had down here. Do we give the Noggin Fogger another sip? Let's give it a sip, see what happens. "15 seconds of slow fall. You feel light." That's not as fun as anything else. Can you purchase Noggin Fogger? The biggest gold sink in the entire game. Can you make it? There's one more effect. After the quest, you can do it. Okay. A mangled journal we found. Oh, cool. It's a quest. Let's accept it and do it. Drink another. Hey, skeleton boy again. Back to being a skelly bob. What, however, if I were to... There's a third effect you can have at the same time as the skeleton. I've only got one left, so we'll do 10 more minutes as a skeleton. We'll have a fun time with that. And then we'll get on the horse, go north, grab the Flight Master. My goodness, Dan, thank you very much. Josh is 10 times funnier with a bottle of mead in hand. That's true. I'm really glad that you enjoyed being here and hanging out. Thank you for that. I am much funnier if you are both drunk and lower your standards. Get on top of a big cliff. Drink the Noggin Fogger. You win if you get the slow fall effect. Gotcha, so you jump off and see who gets the effect. I don't want to go and kill the apes yet, because I think these apes are higher level than I am. I also think that these apes are fungible. Yeah, level 52. 4 levels above me. I don't want to funge the apes just yet. These chill streams are a perfect wind down before bed. That's what I want them to be. Just a nice, chilled out, relaxed. We don't have standards, hence we're here. Killer. Fake laugh, hiding real pain. But no, welcome in. Everyone's just happy to chill, be here. And to make me feel bad about it, that's fine too. Sure, let's not. I have decided that we are no longer discussing anything controversial on this stream. I have decided that I will only ever discuss things if everyone in the stream already 100% agrees with me. That's the way we do it. All discussions must already be agreed with. Right. You have a quest for me at some point that I'm sure I'm going to go and get. Oh, this is the quest with Link, isn't it? The Legend of Zelda reference. Because there's a guy there called Lincoln. Inside a tree, dressed in green. And you get the sword mastery thing from him. Right, William, found your journal, mate. Also, you got a quest for me. You've got a quest for me. God, there's so many quests. You, quest board, also have a quest for me. And this person up here has a quest for me. And then what I will do is go and talk to the 15 blood petals. Done. Let's go and talk to the flappy boy over here. So we unlock the flight path, so we're always able to fly back to the Ungoro crater if we need to. Flight master, flight path discovered. Right. We're going to go into the Ungoro crater and do a load of dinosaur killing in 5 minutes. Bathroom break. God, I've been drinking so much water today. This is ridiculous. Here is a countdown timer. I don't even care what it's on. Have 5 minutes. It won't take that long. Don't go anywhere. Or do. I'm not your dad. This all life is. Just endless repetitions of drinking and pissing and grinding and starting new characters and dead mines again. Josh, did you wash your hands? Everyone asks that, but yes, that's a normal adult thing to do. Do you want me to go and get the soap dispenser to prove that I've got a soap dispenser? I missed the deadline, the deadlines. I missed the deadlines and the dead mines as well. I think, you know, I completely agree with you, actually. Anna, I agree with you. And Bender, I agree with you as well. I think they put something, the government put something in the water that makes you piss. I'm going to just run away from this Tar Lord. Give me a moment. And I'm going to go and kill the blood petals. Dihydrogen monoxide. We need to ban that. We need to regulate the chemicals. Consumer, thank you. You're laughing. I'm pissing every 30 minutes and you're laughing. I just want some support, you know? I just want to feel that you guys are here for me, not just to laugh at me. Because of that, you don't get any paladin abilities. I'm going to right-click and we're going to wait while I eat this protein bar. Just means you're getting older. Josh the Whittle Piss Baby. Post Humst, I'm not a Whittle Piss Baby. I'm a Whittle Piss Man. It's different. I will be shown the respect that I deserve. You're a Whittle Piss Baby. Shut up. I think this area is too hard for me. Like, I'm enjoying it, but I really don't think I'm meant to be here yet. I feel that I was maybe a little bit too excited to go to Ungar. Let's do Zul'Farrak. Let me tank something. Let's either do Zul'Farrak or Maraudon. Can I do Maraudon? Blackrock Depths, no. Sunken Temple, definitely not. Maraudon or Zul'Farrak? Who's ready to do Maraudon? 48 is about right for the Fellwood quests. Okay. I think we can do Maraudon. You think we're going late at this rate? I think we are able to do Maraudon just in time. Who is ready to Mara some udons with me? Right, first question. Where is Maraudon? Do I crave some udon? I love udon. It's great. Right, Vic, you're a warrior. Fantastic. I can DPS 42 rep Pally. Yeah, well, why not? Give it a go. Problem is that we are now competing for plate armor drops with 3 people. We now need a healer and possibly a mage. Need healer for Mara Udon. DPS 47 Warlock. Yeah, we can take a 47 Warlock. Mara starts at what level are we looking? 40? Yeah, perfect. Now we need a healer. We now need a healer. You said it's in Desolace. Well, let's fly over to Desolace then. Let me just repair my items and we'll fly over. Who can heal? Mara Udon is in Desolace. Flight Master. Fly me to Desolace, please. Who? I look forward to winning a loot roll and getting booted from the guild. You joke! But it'll happen. We still need a healer. Can you drink the Noggin Fogger while on the Griffin? No. You can only piss. Pretty sure you can heal yourself. I can't heal myself. I need a healer. Who is able to heal me? Thank you for the subs, by the way, guys. That was very loud. Let me change that around. Hang on. None of you need to be exposed to how loud that... The louth of the Streamlabs alerts. Good lord. Alert box, you need to be way quieter. Right, sound volume. And what have we got? Twitch follows... Filter the events. We're not doing follows. Let's just go to subscribers, subscriptions. How do I change that around? Hang on. That's the one. Sound volume. Sound volume is still low. Resub. That bloody hell, it's the resub that's so loud. Right, the resub is now going down lower. Save. Right, sorry, the resub loud was just for some reason maxed. No idea why. I seem like the perfect second monitor content. That's exactly what I am. Who can heal? Anyone able to heal Mara Udon? Because without a healer, we are going to struggle. I could heal. I could dual spec into healing. But would I? How does one heal? Do you just target the tank and keep healing them? Is that like all I need to do? Because I could do that. If you say Mara Udon one more time, that's how it is. Look. Look at the letters. M-A-R-A. Mara. U-D-O-N. Udon. Mara Udon. Vilk says if you heal, I can tank it. Okay. I'll see if I can heal you. Are you going to do the entirety of the Mara Udon dungeon? We might do. How do you say marauder? Oh, Marauda. Josh, how do you say colonel? Colonel. Look, I understand how to heal. I target the person I'm healing and I cast Heal. Josh, how do you say scone? Scone. What about jalapeno? Oh, jalapeno. How do you say could? Oh, cowled. What about aubergine and zucchini? Oh, aubergine and zucchini. It's not that hard to just look at words and work out how they're saying. What about Wednesday or Wednesday? How do you say onomatopoeia? That's actually said how it sounds. How do you say asparagus? Asparagus. How do you say mozzarella? Mozzarella. How do you say meow? Meow. Callahan Gray. Whale. Oh, do you mean whale? How do you say Arkansas? Arkansas. How do you say aluminum? Aluminium. You need to go buy the dual spec from a city if you're going to heal, Josh. I'm literally just going to aim at you and try and heal using Holy Light. Do I need this? The damage of Seal of Righteousness. That could be good. This will be fun. Yeah, that should work. It's fine. So we need one more person. One more spot. One more spot for Mara Udon. Vilk, you switch to protection. Pally heals are really bad when not spec'd. Well, they are with that attitude. Do you not believe in me? Do you not think that I can do this? Where are the healers? Is anyone even online? I'm going to press J and open the Guild menu and have a look at who's online. Right. Level. Right now. Who is around this level? There are no healers. There's Acid Pally, but they're 50. Want another Warlock? At this point, yeah, why the hell not? Right. This is going to be complicated. So good luck, everyone. My healing is going to consist of casting Holy Light on you, and that's I'm going to leave the spellbook open the whole time. I'm just going to click these buttons. Blessing of Light might be useful. Holy Light heals a friendly target. What else have we got? None of that matters. No, 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 no. None of that's important. You're going to fear, then bandage. Great. Let's do this. Is there no... I've got rank 4 Flash of Light. 90 mana. Holy Light is way more mana for like so much more. You're sharing some snacks with your cat, and she learned that every time I bring something, she thinks she'll have some. And then when I have snacks not safe for cats, she looks at me and begs me to have some. And that's that moment. Froggy Katie, go and buy snacks for the cat. Go and get cat snacks right now. We'll wait. You can also click the top left button to see all the ranks. Oh, you've not understood what's going on here. Right. If I was putting any effort into this, I wouldn't be trying to heal. We're going to see what happens. This is a run that we're just going to call Full Send. Hello, Josh. Do you mind telling the story of how you went on the date with the wrong person again? Oh my God, that was a weird story. That was a weird date. Like, no one believes this actually happened, but it genuinely did. If I was going to make a story up, it would be better than this. So, This is a story of multiple people having the same name and agreeing to go on a date in the same place at the same time. Many, many, many years ago, God, you're talking like 10, 15 years ago now, I was on a dating app, and I forget which app specifically, but I was talking to a girl on the app, and I forget her name. Let's just call her Sandra, for whatever the random name. And I was talking to this girl, Sandra, and we were getting on really well. We had a lot in common. We both liked video games. We both weren't into, sports and football. We both liked the same books. We had some kind of similar interests in just general vibes. The vibes were there, Vibes were there. And so we agreed eventually to go on a date and meet at a local pub that was in the town I was living in at the time. And so I said, well, let's meet at this pub at this time. And then I decided to walk down to the pub. And when I arrived, my phone had died. But I thought, that's okay. I'm just going to take a seat. We'll wait for a bit. We'll see if Sandra turns up. And while I was sitting in the pub waiting, the pub had one of those charging stations. So I plugged in my phone and I just sat there waiting. And then while I was ordering a drink, I had a girl walk up to me and say, I'm sorry, are you Josh? I went, yes. Are you Sandra? And she said, yes. And so she sat down and we started talking. And she was like, so you're into football? No, not really. And she's like, oh, sorry, I thought we spoke about that. I'm like, you might be, maybe you spoke to somebody else and you're messing these messages up. But I thought, okay, maybe she's just talking to a couple of people, got, confused. That's fine. We'll keep chatting. And I'm like, so you're into video games? And she's like, no, not really. But this was Sandra. And she did look like her pictures. So I'm like, this is the right person. So we decided to go on a walk. And while I was on the walk, I checked my phone. Load of messages from Sandra. Where are you? I'm at the pub. Where are you? And so I then said to the person I was with, I've just got to pop off. I'll be right back. And I ran away back to the pub and I went in quickly and I found actual Sandra and I'm like, I can't explain, but we need to leave now because I don't want to be here if other Sandra comes back because I'm really awkward and I'm young and I'm not sure what I'm going on and this is kind of freaking me out. And so we left and we ended up having a conversation and chatting and it turns out that Sandra was lovely. But then on the walk around, I did just run away. I'm not going to lie, I just ran away. But then as me and actual Sandra were walking around, we walked through the park. And then walking toward us from the other direction was the girl I'd just been on a short but wrong date with, holding hands with the guy walking toward us who looked exactly like me. Which proves that there were two people called Josh going on a date with two people called Sandra who'd agreed to meet at the same pub at the same time, the same city. And I just happened to meet the wrong Sandra at the wrong time, and we went on a date. It was very weird. That was the genuine weird experience. X for doubt. You can doubt it as much as you want. I would not tell the story unless it was real. Doubt it as much as you want. But that was one of the strangest dates I went on. In fact, I'm trying to think if any were even stranger. How do you get to Mara Udon? I think you go this way and then left. You didn't notice they looked different. They didn't. That was the point. Like, they looked very similar. And this was back during internet dating when everyone kind of looked a little bit like their picture. It's a common duplication bug on this server. Yeah, it just happens sometimes, you know. Right, I'm going to go this way and see what happens. Try and get to Mara Udon. So I'm healing this one, I think. In the southern mountains, look for a path from the east side. Can you not get to it from this side? Can we not just run kind of this way in a straight line? Or do we need to go down to the south and then go up? Can I not reach Mara Udon by going this way? Let's see what happens if we go this way and just, you know, jump over the mountains. I believe in me. If you get all the aggro, you need to heal yourself. That's what we call stanking or self-tanking. Don't forget your Blessing of Light if you're healing. What does that do? Increases the effects of holy light spells used on the target. Oh, cool, okay. Right, so I put the Blessing of Light on the tank, and then I just keep healing the tank. But that's going to pull the aggro onto me. No one calls it self-tanking. They do. I call it self-tanking. Here we go, the Valley of Spears. Yeah, there we go. Into Mara Udon we go. I'm going to be stanking like my life depends on it. I'm going to stank like you've never seen a man stank. The amount of stank in this run is going to be legendary. Truly. Don't think... Is it this way? I feel like it's this way. I was wrong. It's not this way. Maybe it's this way. Maybe we've just out-leveled this already. Which one was Mara Udon? Was that the one with the large princess girl at the end? It was, wasn't it? Yeah, I remember this. What's the one with the massive temple? Is that the water temple thing? The Sunken Temple. I liked the Sunken Temple. That was cool. Sunken Temple was great. I had a good time with that. Right, does anyone need the summon? Right, 1, 2, 3, 4. People call it ST, stanking. Josh, how do you pronounce Dritz? I would say Drizzit. You might dabble in a summon when you can. Yeah, Trice, we can summon you. I mean, I'll need one of these guys to join me. But I think they're about to. Wonderful. One, two... What am I missing? Righteous Defense. That's what I'm missing. God, I just can't stop. Just can't stop tanking. I'm just constantly stanking. All the time. All right, Trice, let me summon you. There we go. Mara Udon Maula. How do you pronounce Run Escape? Oh, RuneScape. 1, 2, 3. Who else do we need? Who else are we waiting for? Gnome. Gnome, get down here. STD, self-tanking defensively. Yes. That cannot go wrong in any way. How do you say Cool Whip? Oh, Cool Whip. Hang on. There's a quest I can get down here, it seems. I don't care that much about it. It's fine. Oh, I'm being soul-stoned, am I? Ah, thank you for sharing the quest with me. Very much appreciated. Now I think we're full of quests. Let's go. 3 paladins. This run's going to take hours. It's not, mate. This run's going to be fine. Here we go. Because what I can then do is just weaken the enemy to holy and then attack. See? Easy peasy. Lemon squeezy. Oh, this is going to go great. Right, new plan. Just send it. Just full send. Just do it. Just do the thing. Just feel. All right? Just vibes. That's what we're going off. We're just vibing. I will rate how well we can do this dungeon by just vibing. I will be the vibe analyst. Vibe maxing. Sam Hain, 40% mana on the first pack. It's only the last bit of mana that matters. The only health that matters is the last health of both me and the enemy. Right. Full run. Vic, we're holding on. Orange first. Okay. I was about to agree with that. Ooh. Just thinking, orange first. Let's do it. Vic, you are running around and grabbing a lot of aggro. Can't help but notice you've decided to tank this. God damn. Vic does damage. Level 53. Oh, okay, that makes more sense. Right, Vic. Just do it. Just full send. I'm going to burn all my aggro and all my mana on like one enemy. Hello? You have a quest for me, and I am willing to listen. I've abandoned that quest. Talk to you. Hello there. Legends of Mara Udon. I will consider. Remember when I said I was going to try healing? So, healing isn't just a physical thing to do, okay? It's a mental thing as well. Remember that. Okay, I've got a curse of blood on me for some reason. So, fill your vial. I don't have a vial? Am I meant to have a vial? This one? This one? Ah, there we go. Gotcha. These pallies need to buff each other. Right, so we've got Paladin and I'm doing Retribution. I'm going to assume that... Kath, what buff are you going for? You're going for Retribution, aren't you? So I'll go for... I want to say Wisdom. Right, I'll go for Wisdom. You go for Retribution. Cart, sorry. You put Retribution on. I'll put Wisdom on. You were using Kings. That's the blessing. Use the aura. Use the Retribution aura if you have rank 4 of that, which I think you should do. And I will use the concentration. Okay, I'll use Retribution. You use... The best is probably Devotion. Yeah, you put Devotion on. And then what we will do is... Players may 35% chance of ignoring spell interruptions when damaged. That would work. Okay, so Devotion Aura, and then you also go with... Which blessings are we giving each other? I can give you the Blessing of Wisdom. I'll give everyone Wisdom, and Kath, can you give everyone Kings? Yeah, so if I give wisdom and you give kings to everyone, we're all then sorted. Are you using Righteous Fury as a healer? Yeah, I'm just really angry. Right, everyone get wisdomed up, man. Also, when we say that I'm a healer, like, that's giving me a lot of credit. I can also give myself wisdom. I'm confused. What is this group? Dependable. That's what this group is. Dependable. Wait. Waiting. Oh no, leave the caps on. That worked. Does anyone need to kill the Khans? Don't know. Next question. This group is basically the A-team. So... here we go. Vic, I will heal you. God damn, you have like so much health. Vic, I've got to hang back here and just heal you. That's all I'm doing now. Okay, Vic, I'm going to need to put Blessing of Don't Die onto you. So I can then just keep healing you. Then I'm going to have to drink between every single pull. Hang on. Do we have a mage? Right, we haven't got a mage and I've got no water. So good luck. Let's get rid of Righteous Fury off. I've got 2 more enchanted waters. Oh, thank you. Appreciate that. That's actually great. Oh, brilliant. Now we've got this on. Okay, let's do this. Everyone's got wisdom. Apart from Vic, who's going to die. Until I can just holy light them repeatedly. Let's be fair, though. Like, if I pull aggro, that's kind of fine. I can't do anything apart from just sit here. Oh, yeah, I should put Blessing of Wisdom on myself. Yeah, this is going great. I'm going to have the spellbook open. What does that do? Flash of light. Oh, it's a quicker but slightly worse spell. Okay. What if I put that there? What if I just click Flash of Light every now and again? It's like a smaller but a little heal. Like a little poke. Like a mini heal. You know what I can do? I can put Seal of Smart onto myself. Then I can unleash Seal of Smart onto an enemy. And then any time that we hit the enemy, there's a chance that everyone gets it back. So healing seems to be just sit here and heal. Only use Flash of Light if you need a quick heal because of bad mana efficiency. Okay. Right, we hold up. These slimes do AoE nature damage. So we stay away. Don't stand in the bad green. Never stand in the bad green, guys. Don't do it. Just bop the enemy with a Seal of Wisdom. Focus on Vic. And then just wait for you to get hurt. Gnome, you've taken some damage. Is healing just a pretty much a game of looking at people's health bars and occasionally clicking. Pretty much, yeah. Don't waste mana on healing warlocks, Josh. I'm going to waste mana on everything. The great thing is, as soon as Vic dies, and Vic will die because I'm healing, I can just step in and tank. Can you drink even while combat's going on if you're not in combat? What happens when I die, though? Not going to happen, mate. Not going to happen. Yes, if you start drinking before they pull. Good lord, I'll tell you what, though. The amount of healing I've got to do is huge. Is this how much damage I'm being healed for whenever I'm tanking? Because goddamn. I'm burning through, like, all my mana. This is why paladins have a drinking problem. Okay, Vic, you are too far away and I cannot see you and you're about to die. Vic, don't make me touch you, because I will. That's threatening to use lay on hands. Might have to lower the rank of spells that I'm using. I might need to do that. I'm not going to, but I might need to. Right, Vic, if you're about to die, I'm going to have to touch you. There we go. I've used lay on hands, so you've been touched. This was a lot of AoE damage. I can resurrect you, so if you die, I can just get you back up. Flash of Light is the mana-efficient one. Thank you. Right, now I can't touch you for another hour. That's what the law says. Right, so Flash of Light is the good one. 90 mana for 206 heals. Whereas the other one is 365 mana for roughly 700. So that's roughly a half, and that's slightly more. Yeah, so Flash of Light is better. It's more efficient. Just keep Flash of Lighting. Or flighting, as we healers say. Vic, you've still got Blessing of Light. Yeah. 60 extra healing from Flash of Light. Gotcha. We didn't even need to kill those guys. Honestly, just for the vibes. I'm just preemptively healing you now. Big heals are for panic moments. I'm never panicking. I don't need to panic. I know what I'm doing. We're ready to plan. We get to see how well the warrior tank does this. And you know what? If I end up drawing aggro because I'm overhealing, that's kind of fine. What's going on here? Have I been demoted to healer? I've not been demoted. It's not a demotion. I've voluntarily, willingly of my own accord and of sound mind, agreed to see what it's like to heal. I think it's constantly jumping between feeling like you're just someone's pocket healer and God. That's the interesting part about this. Like, are you fully in charge? Well, Trike's dead. That might have been a mistake. It was, but it's a-okay. Oh, can I just heal myself? Yeah, I can. This is fine. Let's see who else we can get healed. Gnome, I'll get you guys up in a minute. You believe too much in the Vicum Thunderclap. We've all believed in the Thunderclap. Right, let me have a drink and then I'll get you back up. There you are. Right, where's my redemption? Get up. 700 mana. Oh. You're already up? Cool. I'd say we're doing rather well. Right, what's not on me? Sanctuary, Kings, Trice. You got wisdom on you? Don't. Where's your blessing of wisdom? Get blessed with wisdom, nerd. Blessing of wisdom. Vic, you don't need that. Vic, you need the blessing of light. Come here and get touched by the light. I need blessing of wisdom onto me. I think we're doing really well so far. What are you trading me? I thought do you need something from me? You can't trade the Noggin Foggers. Fine. You have them. You take them. Ooh, quest items. Maybe Mara Udon was a bad idea, but a good idea is just a bad idea that succeeds. Yes, Sam, that's true. And you may think that what I'm doing is a bad idea. But it's not. Because I say it's not. Put that on a t-shirt. What, that a good idea is just a bad idea that succeeds? It's a fun idea. Let me ask you a question, genuinely though. Is this a meta group for this dungeon? The answer is yes. You want to know why? Tank. 3 DPS. Healer. All you really need, to be honest. And the tank is keeping the aggro really well. And so far, Flash of Light is much easier. I'm going to do something. I'm going to bind Flash of Light to Shift W. So, options, action bars, action bar 3, keybinds, action bar 3, button 2, Shift W, close. Cool. Right, so now I can move forward, click, and then just continue moving forward while healing. You are also a tiny skeleton. Right, our tank is a tiny skeleton. God, he's so angry. He's bad to the bone. Oh, comedy. Comedy. That's what you get when you come here. The Thrash Blade is worth a painful Mara run if you're a melee class. Is the Thrash Blade good for paladins? The reason I would say that is because it's not a hammer. And I feel that hammers are the most important things that I could have. What is this? Peak. Speed 2.7. Too slow. I need to be hitting faster so I can effectively impart the power of Jesus more. The faster a paladin can hit, the more religious zealotry I can spread quicker. And it's very important that I'm spreading religious zealotry all the time. You know what? Yeah, would you prefer the Blessing of Light or would you prefer the Blessing of Take Less Damage? Because the Blessing of Light obviously is important. However, the Blessing of Sanctuary, you feel like you know the time to get anywhere near endgame. We're not even at endgame. We're nowhere near endgame with this, to be honest. Karth, I'm trying to keep you healed as well. I'm also trying to dispel things from other people. Come here, Vilk. Warrior tanks need to take damage to get rage. Oh, gotcha, yeah. So actually making them take less damage is wrong. We don't want to do that, do we? Okay, who's up next? You, Noxion. All right, Noxion. Let's go. What if I were to put on the Blessing of Health onto myself? And then also release that onto Noxion? Then continue healing the tank. Because then the tank's going to get some health back from hitting it. This works. This works pretty well. Thank you, Jack. Welcome to the stream. Hopefully you're having a lovely day. Right, what do we get from good old Noxion? Noxion's Shackles. Cool. So, armor, strength, and stamina. Whereas currently I have got strength, stamina, and spirit. But I feel those are probably good for me. Are those good for me? I think they are, because it's just straight up more armor. Strength increases. Yeah, I'm going to need those. If I get them, I'm going to equip them. Cathra won them. Your days are limited. Vic, do you want to not run into a load of damage? I'm here to help you. What Spirit does? Spirit increases health regen, which of course, as we all know, is basically useless. I like the fact that I have to... No, we're all good. Spirit increases mana regen. I think it's mana while you're not casting, not mana while you're not in battle. Spirit increases mana when not casting. So you can still be in battle as long as you aren't actively casting a spell. Vic, get out of there for a second. I can't get you back up. Trying to Holy Light heal you. There we go. Oh, getting knocked down too much. Use lay on hands. Okay, gotcha. Appreciate it. These lashes are super annoying. Trying to keep you alive, Vic. Trying to do what I can. Hang on, I'm trying to just fully heal Vic. I keep getting knocked down by these stupid thorn volley attacks. Okay, cool. Vic's dead. Not a problem. I'm dead. That's a problem. It's okay. I believe. Did I not have a special spirit orb? Do I have a soul stone? I don't think I have a soul stone. However, there's only one barbed lasher, so these guys might be able to do this. Are they elementals so you can just banish them? Maybe. I don't think I got soul stoned. Oh, no, you've attracted both of the celebrants over there, so... I did not have the soul stone, but you can run away from those, and then you can just res us in a minute. This is fine. Brilliant. And then they go away, you res, we res, we've got this. I know what I'm doing. It's okay, we're going to do this, don't you worry. There we go, Karth's back up. Karth runs away. Josh was getting smug as a tank. I can't imagine what would happen if he became a full-time healer. Everyone would die. All the time. But we're doing okay. Right now, I'm inspecting the texture of this floor. It's a good floor texture. 4 barbed lashes at once is too many barbed lashes. Everything else, totally fine. Let's just restore some health and then cast Holy Light onto myself so I can get some real health back. Right, now we all get blessed. Apart from Vic, who has Blessing of Light. Everyone else needs wisdom. Wisdom. Where's the... There you are. Okay, we're good. I mean, to be fair, I think we did quite well there. Apart from the fact that we died, I think we did really well. Kings, kings, kings. Warriors looking good. Hey, look, there's 4 lashes over there again. Maybe we should try and pull these lashes away. So I can just be doing this. Oh, they're not barbed. Oh, brilliant. So they can't knock you down. That's good to know. I'm just clicking flash of light repeatedly. Shift W. We didn't wipe. That's the important thing. And if there's one thing that I've learned as an MMORPG player, it's no matter how tough shit gets, you never wipe. It's also very important that when you're playing in a group environment, you don't all die. Oh, Retribution Aura. There we go. Thank you. Ret Aura is up. We're doing good, I think. Healing is just DPSing your friends. Umbral Wand of the Wolf. Constrictor, 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 and more barbs. Damn it. Okay, so it's the barbed lasher that knocks people down that we need to be careful of. But as long as we don't get caught into effectively chain stuns, we're okay. How much aggro is healing meant to grab? Because I'm healing loads and I'm not grabbing any aggro. Or is it just that the tank is so good at holding aggro, I'm not going to grab it? Skull Crusher's Mace of Nature's Wrath. Plus 10 bonus damage. I'm good. Alright, so spells that heal a huge amount of health in one go generate more mana. No, you are just good at healing. That's what it was. That's what it is. Blood-forged shoulder pads of the bear. Plate armor, stamina, and strength. And they look kind of cool, though. Right. So, like, I need those. Because I think that's slightly less stamina, but in general, more armor. Get mana. Don't need mana, mate. Oh, wait, no, mana. Oh, God, yeah, loads. I'm running out. Let me have a quick sip. The Cloak of Intellect. Armor, 10 intellect. Stamina and spirit. How does it look? Lame. Oh, good, you won. Was going to be scared there. So I think these shoulder pads are better than my current ones. More armor and stamina goes up. Strength goes down slightly. Yeah, let's equip them. All right, cool. Now I feel like a real paladin. Right, Filk, I'm going to heal you. Look at me using the power of the light. 3 hours in. I'm doing great. I'm learning that healing is basically just taking a tour of the dungeon slowly. Ooh, cloth. Increased damage and healing done by magical spells and effects by up to 26. 26 extra spell power. That's good for me. Because I need spell power. I think I want that. You want that healing. I got the griddle. I have equipped the griddle. And I will now heal all of you. Prepare. Josh, what class fantasy do I think is missing from WoW? I think a defensive mage. I would like to see a mage tank. I would like a mage that focuses entirely on absorbing damage and effectively redirecting it to the attacker. Like a battle mage kind of thing. Or a bard. A bard is basically a shaman in this game. That's kind of paladin. Kind of, but I think it would be nice to see an actual mage casting actual magic spells as a way to draw all the enemy's aggro onto them. Giving you some big heals for a second. There we go. Mages and warlocks do tank some encounters. That would be cool. I would like to do that. I'm liking this belt, though. Increases damage and healings by up to 26. Because that's going to affect my... Ooh, Sabatons of Defense. More armor. Defensive rating. Nah, not as good as everything else. Because the increased spell damage is going to affect my consecration. So when I consecrify the ground, it will hurt more. Consecration is basically the Floor is Lava Holy Edition. Zoran, I wanted to ask to see how your tabletop role-playing adventure has been going. You know what? Really good fun. I'm enjoying it. Just let me pay attention so my tank doesn't die. But yeah, in general, really having a good time with it. I mean, we've done lots of different tabletop role-playing things. I've done the live shows at the Insomnia and the MCN. We've done one at RuneFest last year. We spent some time a couple of years ago actually building a physical set to do the shows in, which was really good fun. A lot of money poured into the project, but it ultimately didn't really achieve what we wanted it to achieve, so it was fun, but never really went anywhere. I think I enjoy tabletop role-playing games more as something that I do as a one-off or with friends, less as a full work-focused thing. But I've met a lot of very capable tabletop roleplay creators, and the amount of effort and work and time that they put into stuff is incredible. Absolutely stunning to see the amount that's done. Right, Vic, you doing good? Right, where's your... Oh, no. Have you run out of your blessing of light? Vic, don't you dare run out of your blessing of light. Everyone else can be blessed with Be Smart. Including me. I can be blessed with Be Smart. If you magically got transported to live in an MMO, which one would it be? Oh, goodness gracious me. I mean, based on the artwork and the general vibe and what I feel that I'm able to provide, probably League of Angels. Like, I built that harem really well. Confirms Josh likes ladies with big tits and armor. Yes, I've got eyes. Can you stay far enough away from the enemies that I can just keep healing the tank a little bit? Like punching them with friendly magic. Anyone able to provide context on League of Angels, or is it better to not know? League of Angels is one of the worst MMORPGs I've ever played. It's effectively an auto-battler game that plays itself and is just designed to use repetitive enemies and repetitive items, and you have 8 million spell power by the end of like the first hour of play. Imagine downloading a Korean auto-battler RPG. Okay, there you go. You've played the game. Right, this barbed lasher. I don't appreciate the Barbara. Barbara Lash. It's her real name. Phil, you've got the blessing of light. 8 minutes left on you. Let's go for it. Everyone hates old Barbara Lashy. I'm going to start healing other people. That's how focused I am on my job right now. You know what? Maybe the Warlock does need some more health. I hope I don't enjoy playing healer. I feel that I would be insufferable if I ended up playing a full healer. What's in the homework folder? Hentai. Remember that I can also use whatever the spell is to get rid of people. What's the spell? Exorcism. Undead or demon. No, what's the get rid of something that's a elemental? Oh, yeah, hang on. I need to drink some mana. Banish when focus smalls. Okay, gotcha. Where is Banish in my book? Just out of curiosity. I don't think I have Banish. No, I don't have Banish anywhere. So whatever Banish is, you don't have it. It's not for paladins. It's a Warlock spell. Gotcha. It's a Warlock thingy. I don't know why more people aren't doing this specific build every time. Use a paladin that's entirely spec'd into tanking to heal. Use a warrior that's spec'd into damage to tank. And then just take some warlocks. Right, Vilk, I'm going to be able to touch you again in about 25 minutes. No one's brave enough. No one understands how powerful this group actually is. I'd say we're doing pretty damn well so far. Now that's the hard part done. Well, you say that. We've still got the green slimes to go. Here we go. Bill, you got some blessing of light on you. Just stay away from the green slimes. Keep the tank healed. Let them handle them. Easy peasy. No yawning, it's contagious. I've got a fan gently kind of wafting onto my face, which is lovely. But of course, that does make me quite tired. And I do think we're making really good progress in this Mara Udon dungeon. Have I played the Souls games before? Yes, I have. What do I think of them? I think they started really weird. And I still don't know who the king is or why his field was important. And I do think it took a bit of a kind of strange turn when they all suddenly became giant mechs. But it kind of got back on with Shadow Tower. And then I think it got a bit ninja-y. Then we obviously got Demon Souls, Dark Souls, Bloodborne. And then again the mechs came back. And between all of that, yeah, I had a good time. I've played the original Kingsfields. I've even got videos reviewing the original Kingsfields. Yeah, if you go to JoshStrifePlays, I've played Kingsfield 1 and 2. You should go and watch them. They're good videos. Eternal Ring. Yes, I've got a video playing Eternal Ring. Random fact, Kingsfield was a launch title for the PlayStation 1, and Armored Core was a launch title for the PlayStation 2, and I believe Demon Souls was a launch title for the PlayStation 3. And I think Bloodborne was meant to be a launch title for the PlayStation 4. And then the PlayStation 5 also launched with another From Software game. Basically, From Software are a company who have effectively... I forgot to target Vilk and just healed myself several times. From Software are the company with, I believe, the most launch titles for the PlayStation consoles. Which is very cool. Demon Souls Remake was a launch on the PS5, so I think the one it missed was the PS4, and I think Bloodborne was meant to be a PS4 launch. So it went Kingsfield, Armored Core 2, Demon Souls, they missed Bloodborne, and then they went with Demon Souls Remaster. So From Software has had a launch title on every PlayStation generation except 4. How cool is that? Have I played the old King's Quest games? I've never played them, but I've watched a YouTuber called One Short Eye play them, and he's fantastic with all the stuff he does. Have From made a bad game? Probably Shadow Tower. That was a bit weird. And I don't think Eternal Ring was as good as people remember it being. Out of mana, so good luck. Bloodborne Remake for the PS6. The human eye can't actually see more than 24 frames a second, so nothing above cinematic quality actually matters. If you type you'll say it out loud. Oh, cool. I actually didn't know that. I think we're doing really well. So far, nobody's died apart from that time that we died. Oh, goodness me, that was a bigger pull than I expected it to be. Good luck, everyone. You know, as a healer, I think it probably would have been useful to put literally any points into the healing tree. But here we are now. I've put them all entirely into the... Basically, I'm not a healer, by the way. I'm a tank. We just realized that I wouldn't be good at tanking this dungeon because the warrior would be better. So I said, don't worry, I'll heal. I have no points in the healing tree. Everything is in protection. Hey, Vilk, we've kind of been attacked by this cavern lurker. Yeah, I'm an off healer. Gnome, don't die. Vilk, you don't die either. God, nobody, everyone stop dying. You think the warrior would be the better healer. You won't be thinking that way when I save you. Oh, there's another one. I'm out of mana, so good luck. But I'll see what I can do to help with damage, at least. Easy peasy. All right, let me just have a quick drink. Quick sip. Paladins do have a drinking problem. Do I know about /silly? No, I'm only ever serious. Right, the light doesn't joke around. I'm sure you have mana potions, right? You'd think that. Food, maybe? Don't need food. My mana's my food. Slimes do AoE damage. They do, don't they? It's ridiculous. I've heard the voice lines, don't you worry. I do think, though, that these shoulders being red and gold really match the vibes that I've got going on with the whole red, white, and gold thing. As far as transmogs go, this looks great. Is it not worth trying to pull the tricksters first? No. Okay. Look at this. I look pretty cool, you've got to admit. Josh got demoted to healer. No, I got promoted to life giver. Healing's pretty easy. You just kind of press buttons. I think we've got past the most difficult bit. It matches with how mysterious and cool I am. Thank you. I was just thinking that. You know what I am? It's mysterious and cool. So tomorrow we'll be in the Dead Mines healing. Don't tempt me. Don't you do a temptation. I'll consider it. What class has Josh made this far? Just Paleolock, Warlock, and Rogue? Probably. Don't think I've made any other classes anywhere near as far. Right, what are the next bosses that we can expect from Mara Udon? Oh, you. And your two little sneaky shadow people either side of you. We kill this guy, then we backtrack a little. Got it. He'll level up a druid healer. Hang on. Oh, no, not you. Run over here toward the tank. That's what I've learned. When you're in trouble, run toward the tank, not away. Then let the tank have a little bit of a silly dance for a bit. A druid healer that uses tree form. The only reason I don't like playing druids is because I like the visual progression of armor, and I feel that druids don't get that visual progression. Otherwise, I would play druids. The lack of visual progression within the bear, tree, and cat form makes me kind of sad, to be honest. Infernal Trickster leggings and sniper rifle of the wolf. Also a special diamond from you. Infernal Trickster leggings. Let's have a quick check. So, less armor. No, more armor. Agility and intellect instead of strength and stamina. No. And a gun. The least Jesus-like of all the weapons. I just think that I'd play Druid if I could see the armor that I was actually wearing. I don't want to tank as the same looking bear all the time. To me, there's no visual progression in that. Josh, can you max level already so I can dungeon with you and be a whiny gamer because you're not using the best armor? Goddamn, I've been waiting. You know what, you don't need that. You can be a whiny gamer without me being max level. I mean, look at you go right now. You're doing so well. You can be a whiny gamer regardless of the level that I am. I believe in you. Just do your best. Don't let your dreams be memes. You always thought the bears should wear hats. Just put the helm on them. Whatever helm the character is wearing, just put it on the bear. So far, we've not wiped. Ever. And the party has not yet died. I've also gained a quarter of a level so far, which is lovely. Dungeons are some good progress, you know. Anyone know where Meshlock the Harvester should spawn? I don't know. I know nothing about this dungeon, sorry. It's no fun if I whine for the love of the game. You've got to be televised. That's fair. It adds another layer as soon as someone's actually seeing it. Right, Vil, you do that. I'm going to stand up here. Wiping is just a scam made up by big paper. If the dungeon's not the dead mines, assume Josh doesn't know where stuff is. Madness, that's not fair. I also don't know where stuff is in the dead mines. What I'm learning through healing is that I've put just enough points into the holy tree to be viable. I love the fact that the gnome is swimming in this water. That's quite cute. Or your tank is overgeared for the dungeon. No. It's all about how many points I put into holy. Pretty sure I can just dance while this fight's going on. I should macro it so when I cast the big heal, I dance afterwards. Alright, Vilk, your blessing of light's running out. Everyone else, get blessed with wisdom. Bless me with wisdom, obviously. And bless our next warlock. 30 seconds for Soulstone. 30 seconds for piss. Not kidding. Okay, I'm back. Whew, here we go. I'm ready. Ready for the boss. We're all good. We're all ready. How was the piss? Didn't even sit down. That's how focused I am right now. What colour's the piss? Right now, the same colour as this water in-game. Did I bring the soap dispenser with me? No, I didn't. No, I did not. I'm going to be honest, I didn't put much water on my hands. I just kind of slapped soap into it and then rubbed it around a bit. Quite quickly. Typical gamer colour. Yeah, it's this colour. There we go. I'm going to heal the gnome. When you heal a gnome, you should be able to put more healing into it because gnomes are smaller. The Grove Keeper's Drape. Agility and stamina. And armor. So stamina and spirit I've currently got. That is, I think, just straight up better for me. Important question. How does it look? It looks okay. I will need it. I got it. Nobody else needs to be kicked. Let me put this on. Lovely stuff. It's not red. No. Which, yeah, the problem is it is the piss cape. But my previous cape was less armor and stamina and spirit, whereas this is stamina and agility. I don't really care about spirit as much. I think agility is just more useful for me. This stream just makes me want to play WoW. It makes some people want to and some people not want to. Yeah, don't worry about accepting it. This one you gotta wait. This is fine. Spirit will be useful if you healed, but agility does everything a tank wants, increases critical hit chance and increases your armor. So it increases your outputting damage and it increases your incoming armor. That's great. This stream makes me want to piss. Yes, good. Do it. I'm really glad I've inspired people to be the best version of themselves. I should have kept my healing hand of righteousness, and then I could equip it and do more healing. Did anyone else have the quest? Nope. Pally-Tank only cares about spell damage. Yeah. So just spell damage as much as we can, but also some stamina and some agility. Little bits, you know? What is that on the floor? That is a little bit of... Well, I think... Oh, it's just the thing. What was the word? Protein bar. Right, let's do the quest again and carry on. Wonder how many streamers wear diapers. Not sure. Really not sure. I mean, people have got to. I've just got a complex series of tubes hooked up that I can just piss into. The floor dirt adds flavour. No eating 1 hour before bed. I could have a snack here if I wanted to. Why does Josh not finish his quest here? I'm pretty sure I don't have this quest. Mara Udon. Dungeon, 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 dungeon. I need the rod. Oh, can I just make it? Do I, like, use that item or something? Where do I get the rod? I think you forgot the rod. Where do you get the rod from? Whose rod am I grabbing? It was a drop on a boss. I didn't get it. There was the Celebrian diamond, which I didn't grab. Toward the beginning, I didn't check it. I didn't grab the boss's rod. I'm sorry. Any advice on how to deal with AI being good at your job? Depends what your job is. And the best way to then learn is to work out how you can manipulate AI better than somebody else. AI is not going away. It sucks, but it's not going away. I think the reason I like it is because it allows the uncreative to feel creative, and it allows the uninformed to feel informed. It allows the unintelligent to feel intelligent. It allows the... That's what it does. It allows people who don't want to put effort into things to look like they've put effort into things. It's a great tool to be used by people who understand how to master it. So if your job involves it, or your job can be enhanced by it, work out the best thing that you can possibly do to use it in your job. That's kind of the best way to do it. A friend of mine put a Instagram thing up recently that I quite liked. I'll see if I can find it again. That's it. It allows the unskilled to feel skilled, the uncreative to feel artistic, and the uninformed to feel intelligent. That's one of the main fears with it. AI very much just allows someone who is incapable of doing something to feel like they are capable of doing it. The job then slowly becomes an AI handler, which is not fulfilling, I guess. Another way to look at it is this. There's a really interesting YouTube channel that I watch called Business Insider. And Business Insider is... they've got a lovely series called So Expensive. And the So Expensive series basically just travels the world and looks at things that are really expensive. Normally these are processes or items made by skilled artisans. And because of the rise in automation, one of the things that people are willing to pay for in this world are handmade things. If your job uses AI, there will be someone out there who is willing to pay more to get the human version of it. Handmade. Human-made, human only, no AI. That's going to have value to people. If AI is capable of doing the job, then the only part of the job that you have an advantage in is the human-to-human connection. And I think a lot of people forget that human-to-human connection is extremely important. So working out the human-to-human connection that you can have with one of your clients is sometimes one of the most important things to do. Have you seen, it's going to sound silly, have you seen The Office? You know that scene in The Office where Michael takes one of the American Office. Michael takes a client out to a local restaurant to have a meal and basically explains, look, we aren't as cheap as some of our competitors, but I know the local businesses, I know the local schools, I know the local needs for business, I know the local paper scene, I know these people. This is a community. This is important to all of us. You know that bit where he does that? That's actually very, very true in how a hell of a lot of business operates. Sometimes you get the clients not because you are the cheapest, but because you are the person the client likes the most. So if AI is capable of doing your job, that's fine. Is AI capable of selling your job? Because if it ain't, then that's your advantage. Remember that artificial intelligence is not necessarily intelligent. It is simply a system that's able to conglomerate a huge amount of data that we already have. It's a predictive text. AI is mostly just a prediction machine. It thinks this letter will go after this letter. It thinks, well, this word will go after this word based on all the information it has. And if a lot of what your job is working out what letter or what word goes after what other word, AI is going to be really bloody good at that. It can work out which pixel is likely to go after another pixel based on all the information it has. It's a prediction machine. It cannot, however, predict something it doesn't have training data for. So we need to work out what it has training data for, work out what it doesn't have training data for, and work on that. Work out what you can give it training data for. Terminator AI models when? Eventually. Don't you worry. You said it couldn't count 1 to 100, but it did it for me. It counted the numbers 1 to 100 out loud. Fantastic. We've made progress. We are now at the 5-year-old state. I like how we all joke about boomers. Hooked on a Feeding is spot on with that. We all joke about the old people not being able to tell AI. But a lot of people have said to me, you know, I'm really happy. I'm seeing a lot less AI stuff online recently. I said, no, you're not. You're seeing far more AI stuff online. You just can't tell. That's the danger. You're seeing more AI bots online. You're seeing more pictures. You're seeing more videos. You're hearing more music. You're seeing more effective news sites for it. You're seeing more review articles. You're seeing more YouTube videos. I guarantee you're seeing more YouTube videos. I could put out so much content if I just let AI write all of my stuff. I know I could. Am I real? I hope so. But I'm going to be honest. The start of Battlestar Galactica, a Cylon asks a very simple question. Are you alive? But if the same Cylon asked that question to me, I'd be too distracted. There is, unfortunately, a hell of a lot of AI content online. Silenced, unfortunately. Sorry about that. There you go, Vic. Right, you're back up. AI is amazing at predicting what should come after, which is why it's really, really, really useful to people who aren't able to predict what should come after. If people aren't good at writing, AI can tell you what other people who were better at writing would write. And if people aren't good at drawing, then AI can show you what people who are better at drawing would draw. And then you can feel like you've done it. Where are you, Vic? Let me continue to heal you. There we go. I think we've done really well in this dungeon so far. I would love AI to be able to do all of the incredibly boring things so I, as a human, can do all of the interesting fun things and explore what it means to be human. I don't want AI to start exploring what it means to be human while I am forced to do all of the boring calculations. Like, if we have this system that is able to take a huge load of weight off us, why are we taking off the fun creative bit? Twisted Fruit, you remember when this channel used to be about video games and not AI? It still is about video games, Twisted Fruit, but you have to understand as well that we talk about the things that people ask me to talk about, and people are watching me for 4 hours every single day. I'm still making YouTube videos. So, sorry if you're being a little bit facetious with that, but I don't think it's fair of you to say it's just about AI. We talk about a lot of stuff, don't we? You missed the 30-minute loop. We all missed the 30-minute loop. We can have 8 loops a day. Does that work? We can do tongue exercises. We can talk about the goat starting area, Draenei. What weapon shield is currently in use? That is the Aegis of the Scarlet Commander from the Scarlet Monastery. It's kind of weird that you get incredibly good stuff from the Scarlet Monastery that you then don't need to replace for ages. Just so long. And the weapon is Sangthraes the Deflector from Zul'Farrak. It's one of the 1% drop swords from one of the bosses there. It's Sangthraes. Replace for the Aegis. I mean, if we can get a better shield. I think there's one in here, isn't there? The... what's it called again? The Hyper Buckle Defender or something? I'm sure there's meant to be a better shield in here that we could possibly get. The Hypertech Buckler. You skipped that boss. Did we? The Gizlock Hypertech Buckler. That's the one. Back down the ramp. No, we did not. I think it's up. We will jump down. Go. After the princess. Yeah, I seem to remember that you kill the princess, then you jump down into the water? After the crocodile jump. Right, so we do princess, crocodile, Gizlock. Gotcha. Brill. Thank you, team. Let's have a quick check of some more stuff. I like how I can read what's going on while at the same time catching up with you guys. Josh, if I could redesign a video game that could help kids learn about drama, what would I base the video game on? Video games, I think, already do help kids learn about drama. I think that video games are mostly about exploring emotions. I mean, I think that we've managed to explore a huge amount of emotions through Expedition 33. Just watched Avix's video where he met you, went to the Jagex studios. They were lovely people. Savix and Yuzu, they were great people. Really, really nice, really fun. Jokud was great. LTK was lovely. Just really good. Potato Heem, lovely person. They were great to hang out with. Absolutely privileged to get to meet them. Hopefully get to catch up with them again at some point in the future. But in general, really nice people. Is it Yuzu or Guzu? Can never remember. I think it might be Guzu. You learn you're about 20 minutes in the Jagex offices. They're in Cambridge. Yeah, they're in Cambridge and they're lovely people. Hang on, there's an argument going on about meta weapons that I kind of want to be involved with. What's not even meta? Oh, hang on, I put the wrong thing onto you. You want to have this. I don't even use meta weapons myself. I'm partial to a sword that looks cool. Josh, how did my GCSE scores turn out? I think I got 11 A's. And I'm not even kidding. That was genuinely it. I think I got like 4 or 5 A stars and the rest were A. The one I got a B in was, I want to say physics, because I did the triple science, which was physics, chemistry, and biology separately. I did very well. Very, very well in my GCSEs. I did less well in my A-levels. So yeah, GCSEs, remarkably high scores. A-levels, substantially less. There we go. Did you school do the thing where they force you to take a language? I think I had to take French and German for 1 year each. And I was not good at either of them. Right, let me just have a quick sip. Were you the type to breeze through high school and then learn how to learn later in life? Oh, God, yeah. I found high school very easy. And then I went to sixth form, which was like a connection to the high school. And I'm like, this is quite hard now. I unfortunately was able to coast by on natural talent until I hit a wall. And I realized that when I hit that wall, I didn't know how to learn. Which is why it's very important when I say to people, one of the most important things school is meant to do is teach you how to learn. Because if it does not teach you how to learn, you will hit a wall that natural talent takes you to and then cannot get over. Learning how to learn is super important. Because you need to know how to research, how to look into specific areas, how to do this, how to do that. Because if you don't do that, the way I describe it is imagine 2 racing cars racing each other. One of them starts at 100 miles an hour instantly, and the other starts at 1 mile an hour. But the next few minutes, that car gets to 2 miles an hour. Then the next few minutes, they get to 3 miles an hour. The problem with that, ooh, that's a really good hammer for me. Damage and mana restore. I think that's good, Fist of Stone. I'm going to take that. New hammer. Hell yeah. Looks like a paladin hammer. Looks better. Chance on hit restore. 50 mana. Slightly more damage. Let's go. Protection paladin. Restore in mana. This is excellent. Anyway, back to the race car example. The car that starts at 100 miles an hour will just shoot off ahead, and it will have such a huge advantage, and it will get so far, so fast that the other car thinks, I've got no way to ever catch up. The only advantage the other car has is that it can actually get faster. It can speed up. And eventually, by the time it gets to 100 miles an hour, it still won't have caught up. The other car will be so far ahead you can't even see it. But then that slower car will get to 101, then 102, then 103, and then it will start to gain ground. Now, it might be really far behind, but it will gain ground. And eventually, inevitably, it will win. Given a long enough race, it will win. And what I use with this, effectively explaining, is can't use that while silenced. There we go. I do lay on hands for you. Eventually it will win. I need to attack an enemy and try and restore my mana. So one of the reasons that you need to learn is that there'll be a hell of a lot of people in this world who start off with an advantage over you. There will be people that start off with more money. There'll be people that start off with more looks. There'll be people that start off with a better network. There'll be people that start off in a more advantageous position socially, culturally, economically. But a lot of these people, when they are given advantages from the start, just rely on them. They don't do the one thing which is incredibly important, and that's learn to learn. They don't learn how to improve because they never need to. Why would you need to get better if everything you've already got is giving you everything you need? If you're already hitting enough damage to kill the boss, why would you bother increasing your damage? Well, that's because another boss is going to come out eventually, and you won't be able to kill that one. That will be the problem. But what a lot of people do is they just get angry online about it. They just complain that other people have advantages they don't. And I'm not saying that life's fair. It absolutely is not. Life ain't fair at all. But getting angry at somebody that has an advantage over you instead of saying, right, how can I train myself to improve past where they are, is the only thing you can really do. What's the other choice? Get angry about it? Josh, as someone who started 3 days ago as a new player, I must say our guild is not new player friendly at all. Do you mean this one or the one that you're in? Or are you in this one? In 3 days, I never got help with questions. I just got get good or learn to play. That sounds shitty. I'm hoping you're not in the union. Because if you're in the union, that should not be what people have said to you. This guild is normally very good at answering questions. But that doesn't sound like the way this guild should be. Union's normally pretty chill. What server is this? Thunderstrike EU. One of the reasons that I tend to avoid trying to push people to help themselves and stuff is whenever people feel that they aren't achieving their potential, whenever people feel they don't have advantages, whenever people feel they're coming up against hardships, instead of working out what they can do, it's very appealing to just get upset at other people that have advantages. But you need to do both. It's okay, this is going to sound weird, it's okay to be annoyed that other people have advantages that you don't have. That's allowed, that's okay. That's human. But the biggest advantage that somebody can have is money. That's like, no matter what metric you look at, financial stability, financial power is one of the most powerful bases that you can look at for advantage. But what you also have to do is say, right, I'm irritated that this person has an advantage, I don't. But I still need to work out what advantages I can give myself. What can you do that helps you? You can be irritated at somebody else. Totally fine. Sometimes it's a thing that actually helps push you forward. But what you can't do is let the irritation at somebody else's advantage turn into just bitter resentment that results in you doing nothing. You can be irritated, but you still need to better yourself. And that's what I don't like with a lot of people saying, oh, well, we're not going to do that. Whenever you get into the suffering Olympics, which is working out who is suffering the most, it doesn't just become about building yourself up. It now becomes about tearing people down. Because once you start to ask the question of who is suffering the most, who is the most oppressed, who is the hardest done by demographic, you have a vested interest in winning, which means that you're then going to kind of slightly exaggerate your own shortcomings and exaggerate someone else's advantages. Because then it doesn't become about how do you improve yourself, it becomes about how do you convince people that you're in a worse position than anyone else is, which sucks. I don't want to win the suffering Olympics. I also don't want you to compete in the suffering Olympics. I want to know that your struggles are valid, but at the same time, you also need to validate by trying to improve. Oh God, it sucks when you hear this kind of stuff from celebrity people, and I'm sure I'm going to get there eventually. And people go, oh, we're all in the same boat. No, you're in a yacht. Everyone else is in a rowboat. Some people are in a speedboat. One weird person is on a pedalo. People always seem to hate different demographics. They hate different traits. They hate the advantages that these demographics or traits do or don't have. The one demographic that will consistently provide advantages is economic stability. You want to get into the film world? Cool. Have enough money to make a film. You want to be an actor? Cool. Have enough money to just make a film and get seen. Just throw money at it. You want to be a painter? Cool. Have enough money that you can sit and paint all day and not have to worry whether your paintings do or don't succeed. You want to be a writer? Brilliant. Have a lot of money to sit there and write while everything else is happening. Now, can you achieve these things without money? Absolutely. Of course you can. But when the lifestyle is basically keep going until you succeed, you know what helps you do that? Having a load of money. If you are getting or attempting to get into a job that requires you to just keep going until you find success, it's hugely beneficial to not have to go to work or worry about where your next meal is coming from or worry about whether the bank is going to repossess your house. The biggest advantage you could possibly give yourself is to just be rich enough that you're going to be fine no matter what. Wouldn't having financial stability count as already being successful? To a degree, absolutely. There are many people who would say that's the biggest part of success you could possibly find. So the question is, am I annoyed that if I were born to a wealthier family who happened to live in Hollywood and have connections to other wealthy families who lived in Hollywood, would I statistically have a higher chance of becoming a successful actor in a film franchise? Yes. Because geography matters. Economic stability matters. To say it doesn't is naive and foolish. But am I going to let my bitterness at that reality prevent me from gaining as many advantages as I possibly can? Of course I'm not. I'm going to be annoyed and go to the gym. I'm going to be annoyed and make YouTube videos. I'm going to be annoyed and Twitch stream. Can I... There we go. Okay, Can I interrupt Thetis for any reason? No, they're immune. So it's very important that you realize, yes, other people are going to have advantages that you don't have. But that doesn't mean that you don't have any or can't ever achieve any. And this is why I sometimes dislike it when people come to me and say, oh, this other demographic just lives life on easy mode. No. No, they don't. We got the Gem Shard Heart and the Warmonger's Circlet of the Falcon. Gem Shard Heart, neck armor, stamina, intellect, and spirit. Is that good? Stamina, intellect, and spirit seems like the kind of thing that a paladin would need, a protection paladin. But my current necklace increases healing and spells by up to 11. So I feel the Pulsating Crystalline Shard is probably better. I think the spell power that I've got, because my current necklace has inherent 11 spell power in it. So I'll greed it, but I'm not bothered about needing it. And Circlet of the Falcon, definitely not. It's not a plate helm. I'm currently wearing the Ice Metal Barbute. So we keep that. Oh, quest. Quest. Take my seed. Nope, give me your seed from the Seed of Life. Let's just abandon this quest from Ongoro Crater that I'm never going to take. Sweet, Seed of Life has been taken. Now we go back and we have, I think, 2 more bosses. 2 more bosses to do. One of them is the big crocodile boss, and the other one is little goblin guy. Inju, if one more person tells me they wish they could stay in bed all day, you will kill them. People don't realize how boring it is to do that. When people say to me, oh, I wish I could just play video games all day, I'm thinking, same. That'd be great, but I don't do that. I play video games and talk to people all day. That's the difference. Oh, you've cast water breathing on me. Thank you very much. Just sitting and playing video games all day is not a good Twitch stream. Just playing video games does not make a good YouTube video. Silent stream when? I raid a lot of people after the stream, and I spend a lot of time whenever I'm not streaming watching other streams, because it's important to me to work out where the general vibe of the streaming culture is going to. A lot of people just sit there in silence. A lot of people aren't good at streaming. I'm sorry to say that, they just aren't. Which is why whenever I raid someone, I try to make sure it's somebody who knows what they're doing. Because you guys, your time is valuable. I don't want to waste it. You got to yap. You got to lap. You got to move to Yapville and live with us. That's what you got to do. Right, next person. Vic. Come on, let's do this. We have made so much progress through this dungeon. Wear vest. It's warm, Sawman. It's very warm. It's too warm. Make it stop. Not happy. Giant crocodile. Let's get the drop from this guy. On that discussion, what are we talking about? Only talk shit from your POV. Didn't realize until I got to college, met people that were cruising. Yeah. It's when people say that they are struggling in life, I don't want to ever, minimize someone's struggles. Everyone's struggles are different and are important. How does that look? Looks lame. But some people seem so invested in not only maximizing their own struggles, but minimizing other people's. A rising tide lifts all ships, and you should be able to support other people through whatever they are going through, while they support what you are going through. We get involved in the suffering Olympics, and it's like, oh, these people just have it so easy. Just pointing out who you think has it easier is not always a good idea. One-upsmanship. You have advantages. You have this, you have that, you have the other. It shows a lack of empathy. Like, I can absolutely understand that people with more money have more advantage. That's just inherently true. But at the same time, I can also understand there's going to be a level of suffering there that I can't empathize with. Because if you have a hell of a lot of money, how do you ever know if anyone ever actually likes you? And when you say that, some people will go, oh, the poor rich person doesn't know if their friends are truly friends. You know what? Yeah, there is going to be a level of annoyance in that. It would be really irritating to never actually understand or feel human connection. To never actually know if you have a friend or not would suck. Now, yeah, can you buy anything that you need all the time immediately? Of course you can. People get jealous when they see people that can do things they can't. Sorry, they get envious. And envy and jealousy are different. Jealousy is the fear that someone is going to take what you have. Envy is wanting what somebody else has. So when I say, actually, people with lots of money also have problems, people go, oh, do they? Do they? It must be so hard to always be able to pay your rent and pay your bills and always be able to have food. I'm like, I'm not trying to minimize your suffering by also acknowledging theirs. I'm not trying to minimize anyone's challenges by acknowledging other people's challenges. And I'm not saying that yours aren't worthy, and I'm not saying that theirs are worse or less worse, but to simply to deny the existence of the challenge that other people face is to, if you ever face it, have to deny it again as well. A lot of people really want to be rich, but they also have absolutely no sympathy for rich people if they ever do have a problem. I don't have sympathy for a rich person complaining that they have too much choice when it comes to their breakfast. But I do at least have a level of sympathy when someone goes, I actually don't know if this person is my friend or is just hanging around because I've got a level of clout. There are different levels of problems. Not being able to pay your rent, your bills, that's a bloody big problem, and it can be alleviated with money. Not knowing who your true friends are, or if anyone actually likes you for you, and having an existential crisis of that, that's a rich person problem. I think it's less of a problem than not being able to pay rent, but it's definitely there. As soon as I found success, the amount of people that hit me up out the blue, hey man, remember we were friends, we used to hang out together? Well, I've got this cool idea for a game, do you want to give me some money? Absolutely ridiculous amount of people. Of course, the weird thing with that is, I think what happens is there's a thing called Maslow's hierarchy of needs. Consider this. If you haven't looked into it, fascinating psychological stuff. Maslow's hierarchy of needs. It's effectively everything that you need to fulfill before you move on to the next level of the pyramid. And the most basic one is shelter. Then you've got water, food, making sure that you're stable, health. And then as you go further and further and further up, you've got things like leisure time. And at the very top, you've got self-actualization. You will suffer problems based on the level of Maslow's hierarchy of needs that you are at. And the problems will relate to those. If you are still struggling to find a basic level of food and shelter, your problems are based around food and shelter. Anything above the pyramid of that, such as leisure time or self-actualization, you don't really care about those problems. They don't matter. If you're struggling to feed yourself and clothe yourself and find a roof over your head, you don't care that your favorite tennis racket broke. That's not important. But as soon as you have got the level of stability that requires the Maslow's hierarchy of needs to be absolutely concrete, finalized, then your favorite tennis racket breaking is actually pretty fucking annoying. Because that's the problem that you're at. That's the problem that you're having. And what I think we often see, and this is a lack of human empathy, is when you see someone having a problem that effectively relates to a different layer of this pyramid, you find it hard to care. Because that's not your pyramid layer. That's not important. So the highest level of the pyramid is self-actualization, when you want to follow through your own dreams and your own goals. And people who have a hell of a lot of money tend to get to this level of the pyramid. And then all of their problems relate to that. Are those problems as life-threatening? No, not at all. But I think it's also very important to have gone through the pyramid. Because otherwise, if you're born into a lifestyle where you never have to worry about the foundation of the pyramid, you really can't understand someone's problems when they're talking about the foundation of the pyramid. When someone says, yeah, man, I'm finding it really hard to pay rent. If you've never had to deal with that as a problem, you straight away go to, well, just ask mummy and daddy for some more money. Just take it out the company. Just, I don't know, go and get a loan. Because that's the only thing you've ever had to do to solve those problems. You can't even comprehend what having that problem is like. So what I don't want to do, and this is what happened yesterday, this is why I got so annoyed with people yesterday. I don't think that invalidating people's problems in order to highlight your own is a viable long-term strategy if we're talking about human connection and human empathy. It's sometimes weird to look at someone that has everything you want and all the advantages you don't have, and they say, oh man, this sucks, I've got a problem. Because part of you's thinking, well, it shouldn't suck because, oh, this is a big pull problem. It shouldn't suck because you've solved every problem I've got. Just because someone has solved every problem you have doesn't mean they've solved every problem they have. And sometimes things don't have to be a competition. I think what also happens as well is people tend to complain about problems they have with people that live similar lives to them because they can empathize. Yeah, you can still have empathy for someone that is doing better than you, and you can have sympathy for someone that is doing worse than you. Yeah, no, I can see it. I can see it. See your message, don't worry. What's up? My shoes are broken. Ah, you'll be fine. Cazador, that is phenomenally... I love that. Uncle Cazdor. Hard to complain about foot cramp to an amputee. I think what sometimes, and you guys might notice, and I think people that are older tend to understand this more. If you complain about something to someone who doesn't understand why that's a problem, the first thing they'll do is mock you for having it as a problem. So, for example, if I were to be at a convention and say, oh man, I'm shattered, you know, so many people wanted to stop for a chat. Someone will go, oh, I'm sorry. Are you too popular? Are people just coming on wanting to talk to you? I'm sorry. Do you have too many people that like you? And then I'll say, actually, it's kind of super duper annoying because I don't want to be rude to people and tell people to go away because one bad interaction with me becomes their story forever. But I've been trying to go for a piss for the last 45 minutes and people are just not leaving me alone. And one person over there has been following me from convention to convention and they're extremely weird. And if I say that to a content creator, they'll go, yeah, man, that's weird. But there will be people that complain about things that I am or am not able to empathize with. Context is everything. Just piss where you are and assert dominance. Okay, so the tank ran in and I need to just grab some mana, so give me a moment, Mr. Tank. Oh, good lord. Hang on. There we go. It's worse when people think you're someone famous and you want to watch all that. Yeah, when people walk up, they're like, oh my god, it's Henry. Oh no, it's just the guy that plays Warcraft on stream. He's not as interesting. So what I think we see is we see a huge amount of, especially now online, we see a lot of people who get exposed to other people doing better than them. And the first thing they do is say, well, you're only doing better than me because of whatever reason they want to insert into there. And honestly, the only real answer that always works for that is you have more money. Like, that's just the universal, this is the biggest advantage you can have. Like, if someone said to me, what's the biggest advantage you could have to succeed in theatre? Be rich. That's it. Because then you can just buy yourself into all the rooms that you need to be in. Own the theatre. Buy the theatre. All of these things. Yes. Be rich is the biggest advantage in anything. Just straight up. It's not even controversial. It just is. But then what you hear is, this person only succeeded because of this. No, they didn't only succeed because of that. They likely, maybe 99%, that was it. But you can still do a little bit. You can still help. You still can't just sit back and accept defeat. Give me your hyperlock buckler, please. That would be appreciated. That's not the right thing. That's the inventor's focal sword. Ugh, is that good for me? I actually don't know. I don't think so. It's way too slow. Yeah, spell critical strike. Yeah, we don't use that. I don't care about that as much. Shame. Huge for Paladin. I don't need it, mate. But people have this thing of they absolutely have to justify why what they've got is more difficult and harder, and it's annoying. And there is actually a level of, it's going to sound silly, there is a level of endorphins and there's a level of dopamine to be found in complaining. Money is not a substitute for talent. That is an interesting way of putting it. I would say that it is if what you are trying to do is just get yourself into the project. You can be an incredibly talented person that is never discovered because you are never given the opportunities or the chances to go where you need to go. You can be a very untalented person who is simply able to pay your way into every room that you need to get into. We have Hearthed back. Thank you for the run, team. You guys did great. Because statistically, the greatest actor to ever live will have been someone born in either China or India and will have never been given the chance to act. Bro, your Hearthstone is the human spawn. Yeah, so there's actually a bug with human paladins in the Burning Crusade where they can't rebind their Hearthstone. It's really rare and it only happens if you're me, but it does happen. Don't forget where you came from. So one of the reasons that I explain that money helps in acting, imagine that you want to be an actor, but you have rent and bills to pay. And so you go to your job every day to pay the rent and bills. And then suddenly you get an email. There's a casting. It's in a big city. It's about 4 hours away from you. You need to be there tomorrow. So you go and ask your boss, hey, can I have tomorrow off to go to this big city? And they go, yeah, of course you can. But you have to pay the train fare still. You have to get a hotel fare. It's going to be expensive. You might lose money. So you turn up, you do the audition, you don't get the role. That's a shame, but that's just kind of how it normally works. And then next week, you get another email, another audition, same city, 4 hours away again. So you go to your boss, hey, can I have the time off? And your boss goes, not this time. Sorry, bro. And you think, it's a shame, but I can't get that. I can't do it all the time. You don't go. And then maybe a month goes by, you get another email. Hey, there's an audition. It's tomorrow. It's in this big city. It's 6 hours away, but it's for a big role. And you go to your boss. Hey, man, I really need some time off. And they go, look, I can't give you time off. That work's too busy. And you think, God, do I quit? Do I just quit my job? I can't just quit my job. I've got rent to pay. I've got bills to pay. And even if I did quit my job, it's going to be like £300 or £400 or $100 to travel to this city to do the audition. I don't know. I've got to balance it up. What do I do? Now let's imagine you were rich. You just go to every audition you want to. You travel all the time. You don't need to ask for time off. You've got all the money in the bank. You're giving yourself all the advantages you can have. You can go to every audition in every city every day. No fungible taco. Non-fungible taco. I don't feel bad for people in debt because I feel like it's always the result of a choice. How would you teach me to change that? If you owe the bank money, they take a hell of a lot of money off you every single day for continuing to owe them money. If the bank holds your money, they give you a teeny tiny amount as a little thank you for trusting them with all of your money. Interest rates are way, way lower than debt rates, which means that the bank actually effectively benefit when you take more money out and when you don't have that, but they don't reward you when you do that well. And sometimes going into debt is no one's fault. It's just what has to happen. Let's imagine that you only have $100 in the bank because you don't have a super high paying job. You've paid your rent, you've paid your bills, you're not doing super great. And then your car breaks down, but you need your car in order to get to your job. And fixing your car, well, that's going to cost you $150. You don't have that $150. So the choice is you either don't fix your car, lose your job, don't have any money coming in, or you find a way to fix your car, even if it involves going into a little bit of debt, because at that point, you need the car. So you borrow the money. It's only a small amount, but then you go and fix the car and then you go to work. But then when it comes to pay the money back, you only borrowed $50, but you've got to pay back $60. That's an extra $10 that you didn't have to originally spend, but now you do for the benefit of getting the loan. But you can't pay that back right now. So then that exacerbates and that rolls over into 70, into 80, into 90. The problem is that it's really, this is going to sound stupid, it's incredibly expensive to be poor. You can't afford to buy in bulk. Let's say that you go and do your weekly shop and you need to buy, I don't know, toilet paper. Toilet paper is going to cost you £1-2 for a decent pack. But you could buy 30 or 40 packs for only a tenner if you went to a bulk buying place. The problem is you don't have that much money free in any one go, so you can't buy the bulk stuff, so you can't get the cheaper stuff going on. It's Vime's economic theory of boots. If you had £1,000 to go and spend for a month, you could feed yourself very, very well. You could make it last because you could buy in bulk. However, if you don't have £1,000 all in one go, you only get given £100 10 times throughout the months, then you can't afford to buy in bulk, which means over the time you actually end up getting less. Vime's economic theory of boots is basically this. If you need to buy a pair of boots, but you only have $10, then you will buy a $10 pair of boots, but it might fall apart within a month. So the next month, you buy another $10 pair of boots. It falls apart within a month. The next month, you buy another $10 pair of boots. 12 months in a year, you've then spent $120 on boots. But if you had $50 in one go, you could have bought a really good quality pair of boots that would have lasted you the whole year. But you never had $50 in one go. You had the $10 and you needed boots. So you went to go and buy it there and then. Everyone always say, oh, just save up. Sometimes it's not a case of just saving up. It's a case of you actually need this thing. But this thing is expensive. It is very, very expensive. It is more expensive to buy the cheap thing repeatedly than it is to buy the expensive thing once. But you're never in a position where you can buy the expensive thing. That's the horrible point of it. You can't save up if the thing is essential to you right now. So if you have no sympathy for people who are in debt because it's a choice they made, maybe it was a choice they made, but maybe it was also the best choice because the other choice would have been worse. The other choice would have been more debt or nothing. The other choice would have been you can't continue to partake in whatever system you're trying to partake in, even if that system is just going to work. Just reading the chat, catching up with that. But unfortunately, yeah, there is this general... just because you've made a choice doesn't mean you had a lot of other options on that choice. Maybe you're in the best position you could possibly be in right now, even if that position itself is sucky. All right, we're going back to the wetlands. It is very, very easy to fall into a huge amount of debt very, very quickly. Because sometimes you only ever have a small amount of money at once, but you need something right now. And there are companies, there used to be payday loan companies. Remember that in the UK? I think they've been made illegal now, or they've at least been regulated heavily. Payday loan companies used to be companies that would say stuff like, if you need money right now, we'll give you money right now. And when you get paid, you pay us back what we gave you plus a little bit. But did you actually ever have a look at the yearly interest rates they charged? They were in the multiple thousands of percent. Thousands of percent. Which means if you borrowed like 50 quid and then didn't pay it back for a year, you suddenly owed hundreds of pounds. That's insane. Absolutely insane. You need a small amount and you pay back 55. You take 100, you pay back 110. You take 150, you pay back 170. But if you aren't able to pay it back, that's the problem. I had, when I was in university, this is a solid memory of mine, I had a very good bank advisor. I didn't expect to have this. I didn't think I would have this. I think this dude just knew that he worked in a university town and we were all idiots. I applied for my very first kind of credit card when I came out of university. And the bank manager, which was still a thing back in those days, sat me down and said, Mr. Hayes, I'm going to speak candidly. If you ever go and take a payday loan, I will hunt you down and slap you. I went, why is that? They went, because it will ruin your credit score for the rest of your life and you will be in a cycle of debt you cannot escape. And I went, oh, okay. How else does this credit card work? And he went, you can use your credit card to withdraw money from a cash machine. If you ever do it, I will hunt you down and slap you again. And I went, okay, I won't ever do that. Thank you for letting me know. But I appreciate the fact that he just told me that, which was great. There are many people that don't have the advice that you have. There are many people that don't know how these things work. He was a good man. Do not remember him. I think he just really wanted to slap you. Given the advice he gave me, I would have let him. So I don't often look at people who are in extremely bad positions and think, you absolute idiot, I'm smarter than you. No, I am far closer to a homeless person than I am to a billionaire. We all are. And yet we all have a huge amount of respect for billionaires and look down on the homeless. You're way closer. Way closer. I think your respect and your sympathy and your understanding is in the wrong place. No, of course we don't agree, just that's why I'm talking facetiously about it. They don't teach credit in schools, they should. Why? Would you have paid attention had they have done? They don't teach credit in schools because they don't want you to know it. It benefits the system for you to not understand. Please as well understand that if you have more money, this is really silly. If you have more money, you can actually get access to more money easier. If I have £10 in the bank and I walk up to the bank and go, hey, can you please lend me £100? They will look and go, yeah, ooh, you're a risk. But if I had £1 million in the bank and walked up and go, hey, can you lend me $500,000? They'll go, yeah, no problem at all. Why not? Remember, your credit score is not how good you are with money. Your credit score is how much of a risk you are to lend money to. A high credit score does not mean that you pay back all of your debts and have no debt. A high credit score means that the money coming in and the money going out consistently matches. A credit score is a bank's way of evaluating you as a risk. If you pay off a loan, your credit score goes down because now they have less of an evaluation of you as a risk. If you don't have a credit card, if you don't have any contracts, people have said to me, why is my credit score so low? I don't even have any debt. I'm like, because your credit score is how good at managing debt you are, and you have no debt, which means they have no way of scoring you. It is how much of a risk you are. Low credit score, high risk, unlikely to get the money back. They don't know. But also remember that there is, and I'll travel to Menethil and then we'll take the boat and then we'll end the stream. But there is also a really interesting way of managing money called buy, borrow, die. Buy, borrow, die is a system that multimillionaires and billionaires use to have something and also the benefit of it. You know when they say you can't have your cake and eat it too? What they basically mean is you can't enjoy the benefits of something that is effectively a resource and keep the resource. But what if you could? What if your life could do that? Imagine this. Imagine that you have £10 million. Fantastic thing to imagine. Now let's imagine that you want to buy a yacht for £5 million. And you think, it's a problem. If I spend £5 million on the yacht, then I've lost £5 million. Oh, what do I do? Let's imagine that you go and buy the yacht. And then you go to a bank and you take out a loan for £5 million against the value of the yacht, using the yacht as collateral. Now, the exact numbers will be slightly smaller because the yacht obviously depreciates as you use it, and the bank won't use it to look at the 1-to-1, 100% ratio. But let's imagine, just for ease of numbers, that you had 10 million, you buy a yacht for 5 million, you then go to a bank and you take out a loan for 5 million against the value of the yacht as collateral, which means if you stop paying off the loan, then they get the yacht. But then you have 5 million left. Then you go and buy a house for 5 million, and then you go to another bank and take out another loan for another 5 million using the house as collateral. Now you've got a 5 million yacht, and you got a 5 million house, and you got 10 million quid in, 10 million quid in cash. That's 20 million worth of value. That's beautiful. That's brilliant right there. But net worth, you're actually at that point on zero. Because you own the house, but the bank owns it because you've taken out the loan. And you own the yacht, but the bank owns it because you've taken out the loan. Until you pay back that loan, you're actually on a lower net worth. However, just die. At that point, enjoy the yacht, enjoy the house, enjoy spending the cash, and then when it's all done, just die. Buy something, borrow a loan against the value of it, because loans don't count as income and are therefore not taxed, and then die. Buy, borrow, die. You get to party on your yacht, you get to go to your new house, and people think that you're incredibly rich. When actually, a lot of what you've got is kind of based on finance. What about the interest? Oh, don't worry about that. You're going to die at some point. The interest is actually quite low, because believe it or not, the bank wants to have the house. The bank wants to have the yacht. The larger loan you can take, the lower interest rate you can get. Now, of course, you're going to start paying back some stuff. But you've got a yacht and a £5 million house and 10 million kind of cash you can spend on whatever you want. You can make some money. You can invite rich, powerful businessmen into your nice house, onto your nice yacht, and you can get all the contracts signed. They don't need to know that you're actually in debt, because they're in debt too. And then what you can also do is take the loan money that you got and then invest that into stocks and shares or the share market or whatever you want to do. If you're stupid, you can go and gamble it. People think that being in debt when you are poor is terrible. Being in debt when you are rich is the way that you stay rich. If you owe the bank 100 quid, that's your problem. If you owe the bank 100 million quid, that's the bank's problem. That's the best way to look at it. What if you are the bank? Good luck at loaning money to the right people. People also think that banks have all the money that they've ever been given. They don't. Banks don't have access to all of the cash that every single person that banks with that bank has. You'd be surprised if they have 10% of the total collateral that the banks are actually meant to have. When you give a bank, £10, it doesn't take that £10 note and put it into a big bag and then never touch it. All the money that you have ever given to a bank is not simply held in a vault somewhere. What the bank does is, let's imagine that collectively thousands of people store all of their money with this bank. And the bank then has a huge amount of money. The bank wants to make money using this money. So what it does is it takes all of this money and it invests it in various projects that are going to make lots of money. It invests it in the housing market. It invests it in stocks and shares. It invests it in the real estate market. It invests it in technology and research and development. And some of those things will fail and the bank will lose money. And some of those things will succeed and the bank will make money using your money. And then when you go to the bank and go, hey, can I withdraw my money? They'll go, you know what? And you've earned 1% interest. Here's some extra stuff. The bank has made way, way more money than you have using your money. But it's only able to do it because of collective action. There is a thing called a run on the bank. And that is when everyone in a bank tries to withdraw from that bank at the same time. It happened in the UK to a bank called Northern Rock. You can go and Google this. A run on the bank happens when faith that the bank actually has your money dwindles and goes down. Vic, you say, wouldn't it be funny if we all tried to withdraw our money at the same time? That's happened. That's genuinely happened. And what then happens is larger banks have to step in and support smaller banks. And then even larger banks step in to support even smaller banks. But what it used to be was money was represented by gold and cash. Now it's just digital. So if a bank gives away all of its money, it can just effectively take debt on from larger banks and say, okay, we'll owe you this money, but you give us this, but then you do that. None of it's real anymore. It's not It's not real gold or cash that you're dealing with. It's just numbers on a spreadsheet somewhere. The thing is, someone at some point gets nervous and says, you know what, I want to call in all the numbers that I now have. It's just digital. When a bank loan you £10,000 to do whatever you want, they don't go and chisel out £10,000 worth of gold. They don't print £10,000 worth of notes. They just type it into a spreadsheet somewhere that you now owe £10,000. And you then have to go and work to generate the value of that. Obviously, a banker will be able to explain this far more to you, but most of it is just people imagining that value exists. One of the reasons that banks love the fact we can go digital is it makes the control of everything so much easier. Anyway, that's my opinion on the banking crisis. Bank run. There we go. Inju, thank you for that. You guys can go and have a look at the bank run. Jumping around in town while talking to your friends in voice chat. That's pretty much what we do. That's 90% of this stream is just us pissing around, doing some, dungeons, jumping around, getting some drops and chatting about shit. That's what this stream is. Anyway, guys, go and do your own research. And by that, I mean actually watch and talk to people who know what they're on about. Don't just find some random Facebook page. But for now, go to bed. It's late. Go and sleep. Who else is streaming right now? Jojoy, Luality, Zeppler. Everyone's there. Blue and Queenie's online actually as well. We love Blue and Queenie. Who else is there? Boaty is playing Claire Obscure for the first time. Yes, that's what we need. I want to go and say hi to Boaty playing Claire Obscure for the very first time. Nobody spoil this. Let's go and say hi and watch him play Claire Obscure. Just tell him to parry it. Whatever's happened, just say parry it when he's in. We all say parry it, and then we go and say hi to Boaty. For now, take care, good night, God bless.